Chapter 1487. Shocking all sides due to the dark clouds that shrouded the Sea of Death all year round. It was always dusky. However, contrary to the islands in the Sea of Death, lightning constantly struck around Thunder Island, illuminating the area as Thunder Island could be found in the Sea of Death's inner region. Permanent storms assailed the water. In addition, a large number of powerful sea monsters lived in the area, preventing seafaring adventurers from casually approaching the island at this moment. However, ships of various kinds had dropped anchor around Thunder Island, forming a tight circle around the landmass. The naval adventurer teams that had come to spectate the upcoming contest were shocked. Pantheon's fleet is amazing. It dispatched 14 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat. That's nothing. Look at the sacred temple. Now that's what I call amazing. The sacred temple has sent over 100 speedboats. Among them, 23 are bronze speedboats, and over 50 are advanced speedboats. There are even 2 mysterious iron speedboats in the fleet. The sacred temple's navy is definitely the strongest of them all. I'm not so sure about that. Miracle has been rapidly developing its navy. Although the guild doesn't have any mysterious iron speedboats, it has 21 bronze speedboats and the Sea Dragon Mark, a secret silver speedboat. You should see how fast that secret silver speedboat is. I wonder who will win the contest. The spectating players brimmed with anticipation as they discussed the participating superpowers' navies. Originally, only a few superpowers had focused on the contest for Thunder Island. But as time passed, more guilds began to realize how important marine resources were. This was especially true for the treasured area known as the Sea of Death. In the end, more super guilds and super first-rate guilds had joined the fray. Moreover, Thunder Island was the only safe haven in the Sea of Death. Any player that wanted to develop in the Sea of Death would have to dock at Thunder Island to restock and repair. Otherwise, traveling to and from the Sea of Death would be incredibly time-consuming. Whoever controlled Thunder Island would become the Sea of Death's unofficial master. Naturally, the contest on Thunder Island concerned every player's development in the Sea of Death. They had to pay attention to it. After all, every guild had a different management style. Besides, it was not often that they got to watch God's Domain's superpowers have a go at each other's throats. Although they didn't have an entry pass for Thunder Island, they had all purchased an intermediate magic mirror, which cost 8 gold coins. The intermediate magic mirror allowed players to spy on a 100 by 100 yard area within a 10,000 yard radius for 4 hours. Fortunately, the Thunder Island contest only lasted 8 hours. 16 gold might be expensive to an ordinary adventure team, but the naval adventurer teams capable of reaching Thunder Island were extraordinarily strong. Spending 16 gold coins was nothing to them after all. Each of their adventurers yielded several to over a dozen gold. They could easily earn back the spent coins by exploring dangerous areas. Players didn't get to see matches between the superpowers' peak experts every day. Who knew when they would get another opportunity? Furthermore, the various large guilds highly valued Thunder Island. They would definitely go all out in the upcoming contest. While everyone waited for the barrier around the island to open, speedboats continued to arrive. Among these speedboats, some belonged to the various expert teams the superpowers had hired. Amazing. Isn't that the Shadow Knight Order, a top adventurer team in the Beast Empire? They're joining the contest as well. Look, that person looks like Undead Bloody Paradise's commander. Many of the ships sailing towards Thunder Island belong to well-known experts and adventurer teams in God's Domain. However, as everyone watched the famous expert teams, a gigantic silver sailboat suddenly broke through the waves. As the sailboat pushed forward, the speedboats in its path inadvertently moved aside, opening a path as if their king had arrived. The silver sailboat soon arrived before the magic barrier enveloping Thunder Island. Everyone watched the ship, questions dancing in their minds. Crap. That's a sailboat. It's so fast. Who owns it? That's a sailboat? Speedboats are nothing but pests in comparison. The one-horn sailboat's arrival earned a round of gasps from the watching players. Both the independent players here to watch the contest and the various superpowers members were surprised to see it march. Which power do those people belong to? They actually got their hands on a sailboat. Why haven't I received a report about this? 1,000 Miles, Miracle's second vice guild leader, asked the long-haired beauty beside him as his expression turned grim. I don't know. There's no mention of it in the information we collected on the superpowers, Silent March said, shaking her head. She was similarly shocked to see the one-horned sailboat Miracle had focused on developing its navy since the game had launched. Yet they had only found a few clues about acquiring a sailboat. They were still far from actually obtaining one. It was truly hard to imagine that someone had found one before they had sent someone to investigate this matter immediately. I want to know everything there is to know about that sailboat. 1,000 Miles barked, greed flashing in his eyes. Also, send someone to keep an eye on those people. Do not let them slip past us. Understood. Silent March began to make the necessary arrangements. Miracle wasn't the only guild to notice the one-horned sailboat. Pantheon, Battle Wolves, King's Return, Nine Heavens Pavilion, Sacred Temple, and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion watched the ship closely. They were all hungry to know which power that sailboat belonged to. Shortly after these guilds' upper echelons ordered their investigations, cloaked figures began to arrive on the deck. Almost all of these players wore six-winged emblems. A few of these players were particularly familiar to the superpowers' upper echelons. How do they have a sailboat? Zero Wing. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who hadn't bothered to hide their appearances. All of these superpowers were very familiar with the two women. However, they didn't just recognize these women because of personal fame, but they also knew them as Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. Since both were present on the one-horned sailboat, the ship must belong to Zero Wing. No matter how hard they tried to wrap their minds around the idea, they couldn't bring themselves to believe that Zero Wing, a rising guild in Starmoon Kingdom, had acquired a sailboat, something they had failed to do thus far. Furthermore, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't anywhere near the sea. Big Sis Rain, look. It looks like that sailboat belongs to Zero Wing. Blue Phoenixes stared in shock when she saw Sherfong on the one-horned sailboat's deck. Rather than responding, Phoenix Rain was dazed. Suddenly, she realized why, after emerging from the Sunset Forest, Sherfong had taken his sweet time to deal with some other matter rather than rushing to Thunder Island. It turned out that he had hidden yet another trump card. The one-horned sailboat gradually came to a halt beside Phoenix Rain's fleet. The various superpowers who had been watching the sailboat shifted their gaze to the Phoenix Pavilion Master. Phoenix Rain stared back, at a loss for words. Chapter 1488. Struggle for Thunder Island. Chapter 1488. Struggle for Thunder Island. When everyone saw the one-horned sailboat parked beside the fleet, Phoenix Rain commanded. They couldn't help their wariness of the woman. It was true that the struggle for Thunder Island relied on players' strengths, with external tools being prohibited. However, one had to obtain Thunder Passes to participate, and to do so, they needed to kill the Sea of Death's bosses with a sailboat. Phoenix Rain would have an easier time defeating those bosses. In turn, she could collect more passes. The more Thunder Passes one possessed, the more players they bring to the contest. Although each guild was allowed a fixed number of Thunder Passes, the same couldn't be said for future contests. Now that Phoenix Rain had a sailboat, she would pose a huge threat during the next contest. Zero Wing sure has a lot of secrets. Quiet Melody, who stood on the deck of one of the Sacred Temple's speedboats, turned to look at Phoenix Rain, envy gripping her heart. The various superpowers had struggled to recruit naval powers, trying to bolster their forces so they could obtain more Thunder Passes. Yet, despite Phoenix Rain only recently focusing on her navy, she had recruited a powerful ally like Zero Wing, which had its own sailboat. Phoenix Rain had cooperated with Zero Wing before it had risen to greatness. Needless to say, Zero Wing would help her grind for Thunder Passes if she asked. However, unlike Quiet Melody, who had a strong friendship with Phoenix Rain, the other superpowers' upper echelons had far more nefarious thoughts. The various superpowers were preparing to aim their spearheads for the threat known as Phoenix Rain. Damn it! How did Zero Wing get that sailboat? Nine Dragons Emperor glared at the one-horned sailboat with intense jealousy. Although it was a single sailboat, its combat power was far beyond any speedboat. While they had explored God's domain's oceans, the various superpowers had learned one thing. Ships were more important than players in naval combat. If a ship weren't of a certain quality, it wouldn't be able to contend with the boss sea monsters. Needless to say, these powerful bosses would drop weapons, equipment, and various tools that could help improve one's naval strength. With these tools, A team could explore farther and more dangerous regions, obtaining even better equipment and tools, creating an endless, positive cycle. As for Nine Dragons Emperor, he had spent a lot of money and resources to recruit rising naval powers. He had only amassed a sizable fleet after many challenges. This fleet was why he was confident in surpassing Phoenix Rain. However, the appearance of Zero Wing's one-horn sailboat had instantly made a joke of his effort. Pavilion Master, if Phoenix Rain has the help of a sailboat, she'll be a huge challenge in future struggles over Thunder Island. Blood Dragon worriedly commented there was no doubting that neither Phoenix Rain nor Nine Dragons Emperor would dominate Thunder Island this time. At most, each side would occupy a small corner of the island, slowing growing their navies until they could dominate the island as a whole. Now that Phoenix Rain had a sailboat on her side, there was no doubt that she had a massive advantage of Nine Dragons Emperor in future contests. Phoenix Rain will be a problem during future struggles for Thunder Island. However, she has to last until the next contest first, Nine Dragons Emperor hissed once he calmed down. Sneering, he continued, contact the other guilds. Tell them that I'd like to discuss cooperation. I'm sure they'll be willing to work with us to annihilate Phoenix Rain. The various superpowers had been wary of each other thus far. They'd be fortunate not to make more enemies, let alone participate. However, now that they all faced a future threat like Phoenix Rain, they would be willing to cooperate. Understood. I'll contact them right away. Realization dawned upon Blood Dragon. He then turned towards Phoenix Rain's group, smirking. How are things coming along on Sun's side? Nine Dragons Emperor asked Pavilion Master. Rest assured, everything has been dealt with. All you need to do is sit back and watch the show, Blood Dragon reported with a smile. Excellent. I want to see Phoenix Rain's expression when she finds out. Nine Dragons Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain was shocked to learn that Zero Wing had its own sailboat. Team leader Yi Feng. Zero Wing's entrance was certainly grand, Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly as she sensed malice from all directions. Once we enter Thunder Island, I'm afraid many parties will target our team. Phoenix Pavilion Master, don't you see the opportunity? Shi Feng retorted, chuckling. While Zero Wing's frightening potential was a threat to their competitors, it also made the guild the best choice for an alliance. It was impossible for a single superpower to monopolize Thunder Island. Everyone understood this, and it was precisely why the various superpowers sought allies. After all, the profits one could gain with a single supporter versus two or more differed greatly. The various superpowers might have looked down on Phoenix Rain, thinking themselves above cooperating with her previously, but now that her side had such potential, she could be a formidable ally. When the Phoenix Pavilion's members heard Shi Feng's reasoning, realization dawned. They were in awe of the swordsman's foresight. In reality, Phoenix Rain had considered seeking an alliance with a few other superpowers, and had sent Blue Phoenix to negotiate. Unfortunately, although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, the guild's strength was split three ways. Among them, the Great Pavilion Master was the strongest within the pavilion. As a result, she couldn't convince the other superpowers to cooperate with her in the contest. As expected, every one of them had refused her offer. However, with the addition of Zero Wing's sailboat, the other superpowers might reconsider. Big Sis Rain, both the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple have stated that they are willing to cooperate. However, we will only get 20% of the profits while their guilds will share the remaining 80%. Blue Phoenix reported angrily. Those despicable, old foxes. Phoenix Rain frowned. They know that I'm competing with Nine Dragons Emperor, so they're using the opportunity to hike up their prices. I have a suggestion. Would you be interested in hearing it, Phoenix Pavilion Master? Shi Feng suddenly asked. A suggestion? Phoenix Rain gave the man a curious look. May I know what sort of plan team leader Yi Feng has in mind? I'll represent Zero Wing in this alliance. Negotiate with the Battle Wolves and the Sacred Temple for 40% of Thunder Island's profits. Shi Feng said 40%. Blue Phoenix was astonished. She thought that Shi Feng had completely lost his mind. It was obvious that the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple had discussed the situation beforehand, and only intended to offer Phoenix Rain 20%. Yet Shi Feng wanted to ask for twice that. If the two guilds heard this, they'd laugh themselves to death. Team leader Yi Feng, are you serious? Phoenix Rain asked earnestly. Chapter 1489. Terrifying Potential. Chapter 1489. Terrifying Potential. Guild Leader. Shifeng's proposal surprised both Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. Both women thought the idea was ludicrous. The 20% the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple had proposed included Zero Wings cut. Yet he wanted to double the price. Neither guild would ever agree. After all, both were bona fide super guilds. Phoenix Pavilion Master. Do you really think that our two guilds aren't worth 40% of Thunder Island's profits? Shifeng asked, smiling this. For a time, Phoenix Rain did not know how to answer Shifeng's question. Her forces were, in no way, inferior to Battle Wolves and Sacred Temples. She just didn't have as many people. However, it was a different story if she included Zero Wings Sailboat. Zero Wings Sailboat could make up for the naval combat power the Phoenix Pavilion lacked. If both guilds worked together in the future, they'd be able to secure far more Thunder Passes than the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple. Hence, asking for 40% of the profits was in no way excessive. Only the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple knew that other guilds would target her if she didn't cooperate with them. All sides might even turn against her as soon as they entered Thunder Island. If you don't feel that we're worth that much, then you should see this. Shifeng understood Phoenix Rain's concerns. He sent her a trade request, placing one of the crystal bottles from his bag into the trade window. This is a small sailboat. How? Phoenix Rain shot Shifeng an astounded look when she saw the item in God's domain. Items currently in use couldn't be placed in a trade window. The fact that she was staring at a small sailboat proved that Zero Wing had more than one. She found it truly hard to believe that, while the various superpowers frantically searched for sailboats, Zero Wing had acquired at least two without anyone noticing. She even wondered if her eyes were playing a trick on her, but when she clicked on the glass bottle, the attribute panel that appeared proved its existence. Phoenix Pavilion Master. What do you think of my proposal now? Shifeng asked, smiling. The small sailboat he had just revealed was none other than the ordinary small sailboat he had liberated from the Freedom Alliance's identical summer. Although it was only an ordinary small sailboat, its combat power far surpassed any speedboat. He also had the mysterious iron-ranked storm sailboat, which he had yet to repair. Unfortunately, the storm sailboat wasn't usable combat power right now. Hence, he had only decided to reveal the ordinary small sailboat. I understand. I'll notify the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple about your proposal, Phoenix Rain said after taking a deep breath. When she looked at Shifeng, she felt as if the man were foreign to her. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix gave her friend a confused look. She could not figure out what Shifeng had shown Phoenix Rain to change her mind about such a huge risk so quickly. Don't try to persuade me. Just do as he says, Phoenix Rain commanded. With no other choice, Blue Phoenix transmitted the new offer to the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple's upper echelons. She no longer dared to think of what their reply would be. Interesting. Phoenix Rain is bold enough to make such an offer despite her current predicament? Eternal Dead, the Sacred Temple's guild leader, could not help but laugh when he saw Phoenix Rain's counteroffer. On the other hand, Quiet Melody was dazed for a moment when she read the new message. Only one thought came to her mind. Has Phoenix Rain lost her mind? If Phoenix Rain had the authority to mobilize all of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's forces and Zero Wing's sailboat, she might have a chance of convincing the Battle Wolves and Sacred Pavilion to agree with her conditions. Unfortunately, with her current strength, the super guilds would never agree. Based on Quiet Melody's knowledge, Phoenix Rain had only obtained 270 slots for the contest. That was barely on par with 9 Dragon's Emperor's slots, but the Sacred Temple had 710. Ignoring the standards of the guild's experts, the severe difference in numbers put Phoenix Rain at an overwhelming disadvantage. Melody, tell Phoenix Rain that her condition lacks sincerity, and the Sacred Temple will need time to consider her offer properly, Eternal Dead said, smiling. Understood. Quiet Melody nodded. Elsewhere, the Battle Wolves' upper echelons prepared a similar answer. Big Sis Rain, both guilds gave the same reply. They have said that they need more time to consider. Blue Phoenix helplessly reported. Obviously, the Battle Wolves and the Sacred Temple wanted to watch them make a fool of themselves and take advantage when the other superpowers targeted their forces on Thunder Island. If they went crawling to the two guilds, then they'd be lucky to get 20%, much less 40% of the island's profits as expected. It seems that we can only take this one step at a time. The outcome didn't surprise Phoenix Rain whatsoever. All she could do was try her best in the contest. As long as she could occupy a spot on the island, nothing could stop her in the future. While the various superpowers had negotiated alliances, the magic barrier around Thunder Island turned from blue to crimson. Furious roars echoed from the island, and despite being so far away, everyone heard them clearly. Has the contest begun? As more of the island's monsters voiced their rage, the spectating adventurer teams took out their intermediate magic mirrors and began to observe the landmass move out. In response, the various superpowers stored their ships and retrieved their thunder passes. They used the passes to leave a thunder mark on their members, each pass imparting 10 marks. Any player with a thunder mark could teleport to Thunder Island at any time shortly after. The various superpowers members disappeared almost simultaneously as they teleported to Thunder Island to contest for the ancient towers. During the contest, players were prohibited from using any tools. They could only rely on their own power to compete. In addition, all of the island's monsters had frighteningly high magic resistance and defense. Players had to occupy as many ancient towers as they could, reducing these monsters' magic resistance and defense, or raiding the encampments would be very difficult. Meanwhile, teleportation to Thunder Island wasn't completely random. Generally, players who were close to each other would teleport to the same location. As long as they gathered before teleporting to the island, they could take action as a team as soon as they arrived. It seems that we got a good location. After arriving on the island, Shifeng inspected the system map. Currently, their group was north of Thunder Island's outer region, very close to a monster encampment and 3 ancient towers. As long as they secured these ancient towers, they could clear out the monster encampment, following which, Phoenix Rain and Shifeng began to rearrange the team. They were prepared to split into 3 groups, prioritizing the ancient towers. Only after they solidified their hold would they head towards the nearest encampment. However, as Shifeng and the others prepared to head out, a group of nearly 300 players approached. Leading this group was none other than 9 Dragons Emperor 9. What is the meaning of this? Phoenix Rain demanded in a chilling tone as she glared at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Master, what else could this be? We're here to eliminate a future problem, 9 Dragons Emperor said, sneering. We have nearly the same number of players. You know that a fight between us will only benefit our mutual enemies. Although Phoenix Rain had suspected that 9 Dragons Emperor might attempt to take action, she hadn't expected him to do so this quickly, even neglecting the contest for the ancient towers. Equal numbers, huh? 9 Dragons Emperor responded playfully. I don't think so. As soon as 9 Dragons Emperor finished speaking, she heard an anguished scream from behind her. Turning around, she discovered that the 50 Firmament members on her team had turned traitor, attacking her other team members. In seconds, over 20 players had died. By the time she reacted, Firmament's members had pulled away from her team. Lonely Heaven. Phoenix Rain bellowed, dense killing intent lacing her gaze as she glared daggers at Firmament's smiling guild leader. Phoenix Pavilion Master, if you have to blame someone, blame yourself for making the wrong decision. You actually invested so much into a no-name guild like Zero Wing. Lonely Heaven paid no attention to Phoenix Rain's killing intent. Now prepare to pay the price for your mistake. Well said. Rain, since you made a wrong decision, you should pay the corresponding price. 9 Dragons Emperor then commanded. Everyone attack. Leave none of them alive. Initially, both his team and Phoenix Rain's had about the same number of players, but now that Firmament had mutinied and killed 20 of Phoenix Rain's players, she had less than 200. On the other hand, he now had 350. With nearly double the numbers, he could easily eliminate Phoenix Rain's team. Chapter 1490, Bloodhand Yama. Chapter 1490, Bloodhand Yama. As soon as 9 Dragons Emperor gave the command, his experts marched forward in formation with Martial Dragon and Blood Dragon on the front line. The melee players charged at Phoenix Rain's team. Meanwhile, the ranged players spread out to encircle her players, providing their melee teammates cover fire. The healers in the back began their incantations immediately with Firmament's members behind them. Phoenix Rain's team had nowhere to go. Everyone, Concentrate your attacks on Firmament's members. We're breaking through. Avoid prolonged fights. Although Phoenix Rain was furious about Lonely Heaven's betrayal, wanting nothing more than to murder the bastard herself, she quickly recovered her calm and decided to save as much of her team's strength as possible after all. The contest for Thunder Island had just begun. Both sides had plenty of Refinement Realm and above experts. If Refinement Realm experts worked together, their overall combat power would increase tremendously. When fighting foes of the same level, even at a numerical disadvantage, they'd be impossible to annihilate quickly. Unfortunately, defeating Nine Dragons Emperor's team was impossible. Although she had Sherfeng and Zero Wing's other peak experts, Nine Dragons Emperor had his own. The Shadow Dragon Legions Shadowtooth and Martial Dragon were the best examples. Both were Domain Realm experts and more than capable of posing a problem for her team. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor had other experts under his command, and the help of Bloody Paradise. Although the Phoenix Pavilion and Heavenly Dragon Pavilion on part in overall strength, the trump card legions under each banner weren't under the full control of their respective pavilion master. Rather, these trump card legions prioritized the Great Pavilion Master's commands. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain had only been the Phoenix Pavilion's master for a short time, and as a result, the Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions still maintained their loyalty to the previous master. Like Shadowtooth's case, she wasn't allowed to order them around and had to resort to persuasion. This was why her power base was significantly weaker than Nine Dragons Empress. Now that he had persuaded Shadowtooth to fight for him, and Martial Dragon, whom Nine Dragons Emperor had nurtured, had become a Domain Realm expert, the gap between them had widened. With fewer players on her team, she had no chance of victory. She could only avoid a clash with Nine Dragons Emperor. Like in other maps, players that died on Thunder Island would lose a level and drop a piece of equipment. This gave her even more of a reason to avoid a fight with Nine Dragons Emperor. If her team were weakened further, she'd have no hope of capturing the ancient towers and monster encampments you wish to break through. Nine Dragons Emperor sneered as he watched Phoenix Rain lead her team towards Firmament's group. Lonely. It's about time we give our Lady Pavilion Master a taste of despair. Hearing this, the distant Lonely Heaven grinned and nodded. He then turned to one of his cloaked guild members and said, "I've done my part. I'll leave the rest to you. Relax. We've accepted your payment and will complete the mission." At this time, a robust man emerged from Firmament's team. The man removed his black cloak, revealing a mass of muscle. With the black cloak gone, his horrific bloodlust was no longer contained, and even players standing over 30 yards away could sense it radiating off of him. This robust man wasn't the only one to remove his cloak. The 40-plus members Lonely Heaven had brought with him discarded the items as well, every one of them emanating a dense bloodlust. Every player's ID was pitch black, revealing their statuses as dark players. With one look at these players, Phoenix Rain's teammates shuddered. Bloodhand Yama. Phoenix Rain was shocked when she realized who the robust man was. Bloodhand Yama might be a foreign name among ordinary players, but it was very well known among the various superpowers. The man was one of the Flower of Seven Sins representatives. He had killed numerous superpowers upper echelons in the past. Phoenix Pavilion Master, your life is mine. Saying so, Bloodhand Yama gestured with a hand. Immediately, the Flower of Seven Sins members around him split into multiple parties and dashed towards Phoenix Rain and the others. He then raised his gray diamond shield and tightened his grip on his double-headed, one-handed axe before charging like a berserk beast. Although Bloodhand Yama's team had very few members, the majority of them were shield warriors and berserkers. His team only had 5 healers. Because of the narrow canyon they occupied, the Flower of Seven Sins members easily formed a human wall that prevented anyone from passing. Meanwhile, the spectators watched the battle from the waters around Thunder Island. As a result, news of the battle spread quickly to the various superpowers on the island. Nine Dragons Emperor really is ruthless. Despite being from the same guild, he is trying to annihilate Phoenix Rain's forces. Eternal Dead, who currently commanded the Sacred Temple's members as they captured an ancient tower, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the video. Fortunately, after this battle, Phoenix Rain should realize that without our help, she won't accomplish anything on Thunder Island. How rich. In addition to Bloody Paradise, he invited the Flower of Seven Sins to help him? He'll likely put Phoenix Rain down for good this time. When the Battle Wolves Sirius watched the video his subordinate had transmitted, he could not help his rueful sigh. In the virtual gaming world, both the Flower of Seven Sins and Bloody Paradise were organizations that were moved by money. The Flower of Seven Sins, in particular, was famous for its high prices. Even super guilds would lament the cost of assassinating a vice guild leader level player. However, Sirius had to admit that the Flower of Seven Sins services were worth every penny. As long as one could afford their prices, the organization would guarantee any player's death. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the Flower of Seven Sins members slammed into Phoenix Rain's group. Bloodhand Yama easily made his way through the blockade of Phoenix Pavilion members. As if he could predict the future, he dodged or blocked every attack sent his way. When his double-headed axe descended, it always found its mark. As a result, Bloodhand Yama slaughtered the Phoenix Pavilion's refinement realm experts and slowly, but surely made his way towards Phoenix Rain. So strong. Solitary 9, who was also a shield warrior, was shocked by Bloodhand Yama's strength. The man's display was completely different from Shifeng's in Cold Wind City. Shifeng had relied on overwhelming attributes to defeat his enemies, whereas Bloodhand Yama used techniques. It seemed as if the shield warrior could block every attack and break every defense before him. However, Phoenix Rain was no ordinary player either. Although her performance in the Sunset Forest hadn't been jaw-dropping, she was by no means weak. In fact, it seemed as if the Phoenix Pavilion Master had become an entirely different person as Solitary 9 watched her fight. Every one of her spells seemed to have a life of their own, avoiding shields and landing solid blows. Her attack method had plenty of variations. Sometimes, her spells descended from the sky, while other spells seemed to manifest from their surroundings. When some of her spells missed their mark, they seemed to make an abrupt U-turn, striking at the target's back. Due to her varied attack patterns, Phoenix Rain's targets struggled to defend themselves. The Flower of Seven Sins suffered numerous casualties at Phoenix Rain's hand. She had even killed 2 party leader level experts. Meanwhile, Blue Phoenix seamlessly executed triple casting, using her powerful spells to disperse the attacking formation. The level of combat dumbfounded the players watching from safety. Countless players used a variety of combat techniques, which they rarely got to see. Moreover, they watched as players used skills in unheard of ways. At the end of the day, however, Phoenix Rain's team was wedged between 2 forces. In addition, 9 Dragons Emperor's side had an absolute advantage in numbers. It was only a matter of time before the Phoenix Pavilion Masters team fell. It seems we have no choice but to expose our trump card. Shifeng, who was fended off the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's members, could not help but sigh. He then commanded through the team chat, "Cola, Summer, open a path. Aqua and I will bring up the rear." Understood. Cola and alluring Summer nodded before dashing towards Bloodhand Yama. Chapter 1491. Experts Clashing. Chapter 1491. Experts Clashing. Just as Shifeng finished issuing orders, a figure appeared behind Kolu. "Assassin. Be careful." Lifeless Thorn shouted to warn the Guardian Knight. When he saw the figure, he stood only 5 yards away from Cola, and at that distance he could even sense movement in the grace, yet despite pushing his senses to their limits, he failed to detect the approaching figure. Only after this figure had revealed himself had he noticed the enemy assassin. He had never heard of such a high-level concealment technique. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to stop the assassin's attack, the latter was simply too fast. A split second after the assassin had appeared, a stake of black light sliced across Cola's back. "Do you really think you have any hope of leaving this place alive?" Shadowtooth, who wore a black mask, hissed after appearing behind Cola. "Assassinate." Pung. When the black light descended, nearby players heard the sound of shattering glass. Before anyone had noticed, a transparent barrier had manifested behind Cola. Shadowtooth's attack sliced the barrier in half, but Cola remained unharmed. "Someone blocked my attack?" Shadowtooth was caught off guard. He turned to search his surroundings, intent on finding the player that had blocked his blade. The assassin's gaze soon found alluring Summer, who wore pitch-black mage robes and wielded a blue, wooden staff. She actually stopped Shadowtooth's ambush? Just who is that female elementalist? Nine Dragons Emperor, who commanded the battle from afar, shot a luring summer a glance. Shadowtooth was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 expert. Both his skills and items ranked among the best in the guild. Even Martial Dragon, who had grasped a domain, could not always fend off Shadowtooth's ambushes. Nine Dragons Emperor wouldn't have been terribly surprised to see a melee player with fast reactions fend off Shadowtooth's strike, but it had been an elementalist's. It was unbelievable, young lady. Your reaction speed is quite impressive. But all you've done is called death upon yourself, Shadowtooth said in a chilling tone, narrowing his eyes at alluring summer. He then transformed into a shadow, dashing towards the elementalist as he ignored Cola. Once an assassin failed an ambush, they'd have a very difficult time killing an MT of the same level. On the other hand, killing a cloth armor class was easy. This was especially true for Shadowtooth, who had recently obtained the epic ranked Shadow Boots. These epic boots increased his initial acceleration to 20% of his maximum movement speed, boosting his dexterity to a whole new level. The greatest difference between expert and ordinary players was typically their dexterity. Even with the same attributes, experts seemed faster when they moved. In contrast, ordinary players typically looked like robots, their actions dull and predictable. This was due to a lack of dexterity. Players' dexterity mainly manifested in their acceleration. How quickly one could go from 0% of their maximum speed to 100% and vice versa, not one's maximum speed. The more dexterous one was, the shorter the interval. Players would then be capable of accomplishing feats that were normally impossible. If a player could begin accelerating at 20% of their maximum movement speed, the change would undoubtedly increase their dexterity by a large margin. Shadowtooth dodged one spell after another. Even when numerous melee experts blocked his path, he easily maneuvered his way through the gaps without getting caught. Lifeless Thorn even executed a perfect split spear, but the combat technique was utterly useless against the assassin. Not only had Lifeless Thorn failed to hit Shadowtooth, but he had even been struck by the man's counterattack. Despite Shadowtooth countering with an ordinary attack, the impact threw Lifeless Thorn over a dozen yards away, his HP instantly falling by 1/6 of its maximum. How is that guy so fast? The outcome stunned Cleansing Whistle and the other Azura members. They never thought that Lifeless Thorn could be repelled so easily. Fortunately, all of the players on Thunder Island were prohibited from using Berserk skills. The consequences would have been unimaginable if Lifeless Thorn had been struck by an empowered Shadowtooth. After removing the Berserker from his path, Shadowtooth quickly reached Alluring Summer, slashing Magic Breaker at the Elementalist's throat. Shadowtooth activated the Tier 1 skill, Dark Blade, without hesitation. Not only was this skill impossible to block, but it also ignored the target's defense. Most importantly, the skill would silence the target for 5 seconds when struck. Even an ordinary expert could easily defeat a magical class player, who couldn't cast spells for 5 seconds. However, just before the assassin's blade bit into Alluring Summer, several arcs of golden electricity wrapped around him and sealed his movements. What accurate judgment! Shadowtooth was slightly surprised to see the arcs binding him restriction-type control skills, and spells weren't usually instantaneous. As a result, players had to predict a moving target's progress and react accordingly. Although Shadowtooth had expected Alluring Summer to attempt to stop him with a control skill as he approached, he had not expected the woman to use herself as bait. Taking advantage of the instant he paused to attack. However, Shadowtooth had reacted quickly as well. When he realized that he couldn't move, he used a control removal skill to break free. He then swung Magic Breaker at the Elementalist once more. However, Alluring Summer had prepared for this, taking half a step back. Since she had stopped Shadowtooth a second beforehand, he had lost his momentum. As a result, Magic Breaker's speed had decreased significantly, giving Alluring Summer enough time to retreat and barely avoid the short sword. Amazing. When Lifeless Thorn, who stood in the distance, saw this, he was astounded by Alluring Summer's control over the battlefield. Alluring Summer waved her staff after dodging Shadowtooth's attack. Suddenly, numerous blue, basketball-sized lightning balls appeared around the Elementalist. A moment later, all 30+ lightning balls bombarded Shadowtooth from multiple different directions. The assassin had no choice but to retreat temporarily, but as if the lightning balls had locked onto him, they moved towards his blind spots. In the end, even a domain realm expert like Shadowtooth was forced to activate Wind Steps, utilizing the moment of invulnerability to retreat. Why does Zero Wing have so many experts? Nine Dragons Emperor was stunned. He had never expected Zero Wing to have more people capable of forcing Shadowtooth back elsewhere. Cola arrived to help Phoenix Rain, charging at the approaching Bloodhand Yama. Despite this, the man showed no signs of avoiding the Guardian Knight. Instead, he raised his shield and increased his speed. One was a shield warrior, while the other was a Guardian Knight. Both players had high HP and defense. Neither of them was afraid of a head-on collision. Boom. When the two shields collided, a powerful shockwave shook their surroundings, causing nearby players to shudder involuntarily. Bloodhand Yama, who had been unstoppable thus far, had taken a step back. In contrast, Cola actually remained steady. The difference between their strengths was obvious at a glance. Is this for real? Someone actually stopped Bloodhand Yama. The various superpowers watching the fight with their magic mirrors were shocked by Cola's strength. None could believe that someone had stopped the famous Bloodhand Yama. Bloodhand Yama was famous for his violence in the virtual gaming world. He had always been a shield warrior and pursued brute strength. Unlike ordinary MTs, Bloodhand Yama focused on strength when allocating his free attribute points and selecting weapons and equipment. Moreover, in addition to his shield and double-headed axe, his chest piece, helmet, and gloves were epic rank. The man didn't bother to hide his gear's glow effects yet. Despite such excellent gear, he had lost a battle of strength. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 1492, Dragon Slayer's Power. Chapter 1492, Dragon Slayer's Power. After getting repulsed by Cola, Bloodhand Yama did not evince even the slightest bit of anger or frustration. On the contrary, he licked his lips and revealed an excited expression. Immediately after, he raised his shield and charged at Cola again. This time, however, he did not go for a frontal assault. Instead, just when Bloodhand Yama was about to clash with Cola, he suddenly changed his footwork, generating an afterimage in his original location as he circled around and avoided Cola's charge, leaving the Guardian Knight to hit only air. Immediate after, Bloodhand Yama appeared on Cola's right, the double-headed axe in his hand striking down at Cola's side abdomen, which was not protected by the Guardian Knight's shield, with lightning speed. Dang. Following which, a crisp clang resounded in the surroundings. Dazzling sparks flew as well. At the critical moment, Cola had managed to shift his body sufficiently to allow his one-handed sword to block Bloodhand Yama's attack. Meanwhile, as a result of this clash, Bloodhand Yama staggered back a step. Bloodhand Yama's doppelganger / actually got blocked? Phoenix Rain, who had initially been preparing to help Cola, could not help but be surprised by this scene. Just how much strength is Zero Wing hiding? She originally thought she had a very clear understanding of Cola's strength. Meanwhile, as far as she knew, Cola was definitely not strong enough to go up against Bloodhand Yama, even though he was the lead MT of Zero Wing's main force and possessed quite respectable basic attributes. However, with the facts placed before her, she had no choice but to admit that her understanding was inadequate. In reality, Phoenix Rain wasn't the only person surprised by this outcome. The Flower of Seven Sins members and Nine Dragons Emperor were similarly shocked. Right now, two of their most powerful members were actually stopped. Moreover, Bloodhand Yama's distraction gave Phoenix Rain and the others an opportunity to focus on dealing with the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins. Only Shifeng found this outcome to be natural. After all, Cola and Alluring Summer had both obtained the Dragon Slayer legacy. The Dragon Slayer legacy was a relatively special legacy. Unlike other legacies, it did not provide players with any elaborate skills or spells. However, it was a legacy that was upgradable. If the legacy were fully upgraded, it would not be the slightest bit inferior to a peak legacy. The reason for this was the dragon power players received when obtaining the Dragon Slayer legacy. The denser the dragon power inside a player's body was, the greater the power they would be able to exhibit. Legends had it that the power of the strongest Dragon Slayer in history surpassed even that of dragons. Now that Cola and Alluring Summer had become Dragon Slayers, their life ratings were superior to that of Tier 2 players. Hence, their basic attributes, physiques, and reaction speeds were not something players of the same level and tier could compare to. These attributes would only become increasingly stronger as Kola and Alluring Summer obtained more dragon origin crystals. At that time, their life ratings would be able to reach the same level as dragons in God's domain. Dragons were the symbol of death and destruction. If players could achieve a life rating equal to dragons, one could just imagine how strong they could become. They could easily overwhelm even players that had demonized. Meanwhile, on Thunder Island, which prevented players from using berserk skills, Kola's and Alluring Summer's basic attributes were most likely inferior to only Shifeng's own. As for their physiques, theirs were even slightly superior to his own. This was the reason Shifeng had tasked the two of them with opening up a path for the team in terms of techniques. Bloodhand Yama and Shadowtooth indeed possessed an overwhelming advantage over Kola and Alluring Summer. However, the difference in tiers and the power of the Dragon Slayer class were more than enough to offset the difference in techniques, and allow Kola and Alluring Summer to just barely surpass the two domain realm experts. With Bloodhand Yama tied down, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were able to coordinate their attacks with each other and relentlessly reduce the member count of the Flower of Seven Sins. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Phoenix Rain's team broke out of the Encirclement Dragon Pavilion Master. Zero Wing has really hidden a lot of its power. With Phoenix Rain's capabilities, I'm afraid it'll take only another minute or two for her team to escape the encirclement, Undead said, chuckling as he looked at the distant Flower of Seven Sins members fighting. Are you really sure you don't need my help? Hearing Undead's words, Nine Dragons Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Fine. As long as you can pin down Phoenix Rain's team here, I'll give that item to you. Although he had managed to invite Bloody Paradise to aid him, getting Undead to personally take action was a whole other story. However, with the situation having reached this point, he couldn't care less about paying the additional cost right now. If he failed to get rid of Phoenix Rain in this favorable terrain, doing so would become much more difficult afterwards. Thanks a lot, Undead said, smiling faintly. He then started pacing slowly towards the battlefield. Upon Undead's entry into the battlefield, the Bloody Paradise members suddenly underwent a change. As if they had entered into a frenzy, they disregarded all costs to open up a path for Undead. As for Undead himself, he chanted an incantation as he walked forward. Suddenly, a pitch-black magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping half of the battlefield. The ambient mana then began surging towards the magic array, forming numerous pitch-black spears. Tier 1 curse, dark feathers. Disappear. Undead swung down his staff suddenly. Several hundred pitch-black spears descended from the skies. As if they possessed a life of their own, these pitch-black spears all struck at the defensive blind spots of the enemy players. Each spear carried the power of a Tier 1 peak attack. Even MTs with high defense and magic resistance lost over 6,000 HP when struck. As for the other classes, they received over -10,000 damage from each spear in the blink of an eye. The pitch-black spears killed over a dozen players, who failed to defend themselves properly. Even Solitary 9, who possessed the Titan Guard, could not repulse every spear sent at him, and ended up getting struck 8 times. If not for him activating Titan's Heart, his HP would have long since ended up at a critical level. Who is that man? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened considerably when she stared at Undead. She felt that Undead was simply too terrifying. After all, the man had actually managed to control hundreds of pitch-black spears simultaneously, making the spears move as if they were alive. Fortunately, she stood quite a distance from Undead and got struck by only 3 spears. Had she been any closer to the Elementalist, she might have lost her life already. So this is the 11th ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list? Gentle Snow's expression turned grim as she looked at Undead moving slowly in her direction. With her basic attributes and combat standards, she would be able to handle a dozen or so of those pitch-black spears simultaneously at most. If she had to go up against more than 100 of those spears, however, she would most likely have to activate the 7 Luminaries Battle Armor's active skill, Sky God's Glory, in order to survive. Not to mention, Undead had only used 1 spell thus far, yet he had already wreaked so much devastation. If they allowed the Elementalist to continue casting spells freely, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Phoenix Rain, who was currently fending off the Flower of Seven Sins members, also wore a grim expression when she saw Undead entering the battlefield. Undead was nicknamed the Devil's Hand. The man was capable of exhibiting any spell or skill to its fullest potential. Moreover, his ability to control the situation of a battlefield was peerless. He was most suited to group battles. Individually, he was also much stronger than old monsters like Bloodhand Yama and Shadowtooth. It was precisely because of undead that even Ku Rong, the great pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, feared Bloody Paradise greatly. Rain, stop your futile resistance and just obediently accept your fate. Nine Dragons Emperor said mockingly when he saw the tides of the battle turning in his favor. He was fully aware of just how powerful undead was. Even Martial Dragon, who had grasped a domain, could survive against undead for only a short time. Moreover, both sides were currently intermingled, making it impossible for anyone to use large-scale destruction spells without resulting in friendly fire. In such a situation, undead, an elementalist capable of freely controlling his spells, was practically a godlike existence. Guild leader, should I head over there? Aqua Rose suggested. At the moment, she was going up against more than 3 refinement realm experts simultaneously. However, seeing Undead and Bloody Paradise's members getting out of control, she decided it was more important to deal with them first. No need. Your spells have too much AoE. They're not suitable for this narrow and chaotic battlefield. I'll deal with him, Shifeng said, shaking his head before dashing towards Undead. Chapter 1493, 1-on-2. Chapter 1493, 1-on-2. On the chaotic battlefield, although Bloody Paradise's members numbered only around 60, the presence of undead elevated the overall strength of the team by a significant margin. The reason for this was Undead's ability to aid his allies during their time of need. At the same time, he was also capable of creating gaps for these allies to strike at their opponents. He was like the overlord of the battlefield, and even Shifeng could not help but feel admiration for Undead's capabilities. Undead could not only achieve absolute control over the battlefield with his spells, but also freely manipulate his enemies on the battlefield. It was precisely because of this talent of his that the secret pavilion had nicknamed him the Devil's Hand. When Shifeng entered within 60 yards of Undead, over 20 fireballs and ice spears suddenly flew at him. To Shifeng, however, attacks of this degree did not even warrant him blocking them. Making a slight change to his footwork, he easily maneuvered his way out of the attack trajectory of these spells. While he was swiftly making his way towards Undead, 3 sword lights suddenly cut at him. Not only were these 3 slashes angled, so that they sealed off Shifeng's path of advancement, but they also prevented him from evading them, leaving him with no choice but to receive them with his swords. Dang. 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 Shifeng promptly blocked the 3 slashes before they could even get within 5 yards of him. Immediately after, the shadow of a figure descended from the sky. At the same time, a towering pillar of flames also descended directly towards Shifeng. Flame slash. However, Shifeng, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits, had long since noticed this attack. Twisting his body, he executed an upward chop, sending 3 black arcs of light to counter the descending flame slash. Boom. When the intense flames collided with the 3 converging slashes of Shifeng's chop, a powerful shockwave spread to the surroundings. As the shockwave spread, it also repulsed the descending figure, which landed roughly 6 yards away from Shifeng. Is there a need for the almighty commander of the War Dragon Legion to make such petty little moves? Shifeng glanced at the figure before him. This figure belonged to none other than Martial Dragon, the commander of the War Dragon Legion. He was also 9 Dragons Emperor's most trusted aide at this moment. Martial Dragon wielded a silver greatsword engraved with crimson runes and wore silvery gray battle armor. He had also reached level 49 already, and was not one bit inferior when compared to Phoenix Rain. Moreover, if one paid close attention to Martial Dragon's body, they would notice that the number of epic equipment he possessed was not one bit inferior to Bloodhand Yama's. Notably, the greatsword Martial Dragon wielded, which was named Silver Snow, was the 17th ranking sword among God's Domain's 36 famed swords. At the same time, it was also Martial Dragon's trademark in Shifeng's previous life. Despite Silver Snow being ranked only slightly higher than Killing Ray, due to it being a 2-handed sword, it possessed significantly more power than Killing Ray's expected of Zero Wings Honorary Elder. You've managed to block my attack even under such circumstances. Martial Dragon was not the slightest bit agitated by Shifeng's mocking words. On the contrary, he laughed and said, "However, with me here, nobody will be able to approach undead." If anybody else spoke these words, they would definitely be laughed at for their foolishness. However, when Martial Dragon said them, nobody on the battlefield felt anything wrong with them since Martial Dragon was a domain realm expert of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. No player or power dared to look down on him then. "You'll have to be able to stop me first." Saying so, Shifeng executed void steps and disappeared from everyone's vision. Undead's presence was like a berserk potion. If he did not stop the man now, the damage that Undead and Bloody Paradise's members could cause would be no laughing matter. Originally, Shifeng had thought to use a silencing skill. However, the uniqueness of the battlefield on Thunder Island did not just prevent players from using berserk skills. Silencing skills were similarly ineffective on Thunder Island. Hence, he had no choice but to personally take action. "Now don't even think of getting past me so easily." At the same time as Shifeng disappeared, Martial Dragon's greatsword seemingly extended itself as a silver beam of light shot out from the weapon and landed at a location roughly 10 yards away from Martial Dragon. When the beam struck, it left behind a deep gash on the ground. Meanwhile, Shifeng had also suddenly appeared before this gash. Sure enough, Void Steps is utterly useless against domain realm experts. Sending a glance at Martial Dragon, who remained standing in his original position, Shifeng decided to give up on dealing with undead. First domain realm experts were capable of not only pushing their 5 senses to their very limits, but also observing their surroundings from a third person's perspective. Void Steps was footwork specifically meant to trick the opponent's sense of sight only. Hence, fooling Martial Dragon with Void Steps was simply impossible. The only reason Shifeng had even tried executing the footwork was in the hopes that it would delay Martial Dragon's reaction by even a moment. Now, however, it would seem that Void Steps was incapable of doing even that. "What? Giving up already?" Martial Dragon chuckled as he looked at his motionless opponent. In response, Shifeng simply continued silently observing Martial Dragon. Compared to the fact that Martial Dragon was a domain realm expert, Shifeng was more wary of the great sword in the Berserker's hands. As one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, Silver Snow possessed special hidden effects, just like the Abyssal Blade did. While the Abyssal Blade could gather the surrounding mana around its user, Silver Snow could extend the range of its attacks. Of course, this extension was not without limits. However, it still gave Martial Dragon a maximum attack range of 15 yards. Although this hidden effect could be maintained for only extremely short intervals, it was already more than enough for an expert player. When experts fought, they would always gauge their opponent's attack range before going in for an attack. If the other side could suddenly extend their attack range, one could just imagine the effect it would have on a battle. Meanwhile, being able to extend his attack range up to 15 yards allowed Martial Dragon to cover more ground in his defense. This was also the reason why the Berserker had spoken such boastful words earlier. Moreover, this attack extension was still not the most powerful aspect of Silver Snow, which instead lay in its ability to execute 2-stage attacks. The famed sword was capable of saving up to 10 cuts made before for 15 seconds. Any enemy that came into contact with these cuts would receive damage. This was also the only skill Silver Snow possessed, Broken Mark. Aside from Broken Mark, Silver Snow possessed no other skills. Meanwhile, it was also precisely due to this skill that Silver Snow ranked 17th among God's Domain's 36 famed swords. In other words, Martial Dragon could set up invisible traps anywhere within 15 yards of himself. Hence, not only did Shifeng need to be careful of Martial Dragon's attacks while fighting, but he also needed to avoid stepping anywhere the Berserker had cut before. "Since you're not coming, I'll head over to you instead." Martial Dragon had no intention of dragging out this fight. Upon seeing his opponent remaining unresponsive, he immediately activated Charge on Shifeng. At this moment, Undead, who was slowly making his way towards Phoenix Rain, also took notice of Shifeng. He immediately began chanting incantations, summoning an ice wall to help Martial Dragon block off Shifeng's path of retreat, and at the same time sending a Tier 1 flame barrage at Shifeng's defensive blind spot. Both Martial Dragon and Undead were domain realm experts, and both were capable of clearly perceiving every one of Shifeng's movements. Hence, when facing the attacks of these two experts, Shifeng would have no choice but to receive their attacks, as dodging was simply impossible. How despicable. Those two actually have the gall to work together. When Gentle Snow saw Martial Dragon and Undead ganging up on Shifeng, she wanted to move in and help Shifeng. However, Blood Dragon and two other Refinement Realm experts had her thoroughly pinned down. As for Shifeng, his two opponents were similarly extraordinary players capable of going up against a great lord of the same level. Despite Shifeng having the advantage in basic attributes, if he was not careful when dealing with their attacks, they would kill him very easily. Just when Martial Dragon's Silver Snow and Undead's barrage of fireballs were about to descend on Shifeng, Shifeng tightened his grip on his two swords and executed Sword's Orbit. Suddenly, the ice wall behind him and the sword lights and fireballs before him were all shattered by Sword's Orbit. What powerful attributes! Undead was slightly surprised when he saw his ice wall shattered. Very quickly, however, he switched his attack method and executed triple casting. Smiling faintly, he said, "Let's see how you deal with this move." Suddenly, several magic arrays appeared around Shifeng. From the ground, an earthen spike emerged. From the sky, a lightning strike descended. From his surroundings, numerous ice spears stabbed at Shifeng simultaneously. Meanwhile, Martial Dragon also did not hold back as he executed the Berserker class's strongest Tier 1 skill, Indiscriminate Slash. Suddenly, numerous streaks of silver light interweaved, forming a wall that pushed towards Shifeng. This overwhelming attack pattern made the scalps of everyone present on the battlefield tingle just when these attacks were about to land on Shifeng. However, Shifeng abruptly stabbed Killing Ray into the ground. Summon lightning. Suddenly, arcs of lightning spread out to Shifeng's surroundings, instantly obliterating the attacks of Undead and Martial Dragon. What a powerful skill! Martial Dragon was somewhat surprised by this outcome. He had never thought that Shifeng would possess a skill capable of wiping out other skills. Nevertheless, he laughed in the next moment and said, "However, I'm sure you can use this skill of yours only once." He and Undead were capable of executing their coordinated attack again after a short cooldown. They could even switch the skills and spells they used and execute other attack patterns. They did not need to rely on powerful skills like Shifeng did to defend and attack. While it is indeed true that I can only use this skill once within a certain period of time, if the two of you can't coordinate with each other again, then it doesn't really matter, Shifeng retorted, smiling calmly. He then activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Chapter 1494, One-Hit Kill. Chapter 1494, One-Hit Kill. The instant Shifeng activated his skills, the doppelganger created from Phantom Kill immediately activated Wind Blade and made its way towards Undead, while the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantom summoned by 9 Dragon Slash shot towards Martial Dragon, giving the two no opportunities to react at all. Domain Realm experts were already difficult opponents to deal with. In the first place, with Martial Dragon and Undead now working together, dodging their combination attacks was simply impossible. Undead's spells, in particular, accurately targeted the weaknesses in Shifeng's defenses. After including Martial Dragon's assistance, the combined assault had already exceeded Sword's Orbit's defensive capabilities. Hence, the only thing Shifeng could do now was have his doppelganger distract Undead while using ranged attacks to deal with Martial Dragon, who was fond of melee combat. A doppelganger. Undead simply smiled when he saw Shifeng's doppelganger moving towards him. Immediately, he started triple casting again: Earthen Spear, Ice Blast, Flame Imprint. All three spells were Tier 1 spells. Earthen Spear was meant to limit the target's movements, Ice Blast served as a frontal attack and inflicted a movement speed debuff, and Flame Imprint was an aerial attack aimed at the target's defensive blind spot. Under Undead's control, the combination of the three spells became an ultimate move that would kill Undead's target with almost absolute certainty. Meanwhile, players usually needed to personally control their doppelgangers. If the player did not devote full concentration to controlling their doppelgangers, said doppelgangers would not exhibit their full potential. Moreover, doppelgangers normally had weaker basic attributes than the main body. Hence, in Undead's opinion, it was simply a joke for Shifeng to send his doppelganger at him elsewhere. The 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were like non-existent when going up against Martial Dragon. Despite Shifeng executing Sword's Orbit with the Sword Phantoms, Martial Dragon managed to evade the attacks sent at him while maintaining a fixed distance from Shifeng. Keeping Shifeng within the attack range of his silver, Snow, do you really think you can kill undead with just a doppelganger? You'll just get yourself killed even quicker by splitting your attention. Noticing Shifeng's attention wavering slightly, Martial Dragon took advantage of this opportunity to advance abruptly. Suddenly, Martial Dragon disappeared from where he stood, the ground that the berserker had been standing on shattering from the thrust of his feet. In the next moment, 12 doppelgangers of Martial Dragon formed around Shifeng, all 12 of them stabbing their greatswords at the surrounded swordsman Tier 1 taboo skill, Dragontooth. If Shifeng were currently going up against an ordinary expert, even if he split his attention between himself and his doppelganger, he would not have any problems dealing with the said expert. However, his opponent right now was Martial Dragon. Splitting his attention right now resulted in him exposing even more weak points Dragontooth. Shifeng was surprised. He never thought that Martial Dragon had actually learned the Berserker class's Dragontooth skill. Dragontooth was the fastest Tier 1 skill for Berserkers. Moreover, every attack dealt by the skill carried double the strength of the user. If this skill struck Shifeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. Die! Martial Dragon shouted. If Shifeng had been going all out, with his superior attributes, he could easily dodge the majority of Martial Dragon's attacks. However, doing so was much more difficult now that he was splitting his attention between himself and his doppelganger just when the 12 attacks were about to land on him. Shifeng instinctively activated Defensive Blade in the next moment. The 12 streaks of silver light rapidly approaching Shifeng stopped abruptly an inch away from his body. However, Martial Dragon had long since anticipated this move. He promptly leaped high up into the air before slamming his greatsword downwards, his entire person seemingly having transformed into a meteor as he plunged towards Shifeng Tier 1 taboo skill, Falling Star. This move was the sole Tier 1 AoE skill available to Berserkers. Although the skill had a modest radius of only 10 yards, any enemy within that 10-yard radius would be dealt a devastating blow. Moreover, all players struck would have their movement speed reduced by 80% and reaction speed by 50% after Falling Star descended. The ground Shifeng stood on immediately cratered. The surrounding players shuddered involuntarily as they looked at the fiery and smoky pit so strong. Lifeless Thorn, who was fighting a short distance away, was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. Martial Dragon had completed his two-pronged attack so quickly and smoothly that it looked as if it was just one big attack to Lifeless Thorn. There was no lag in between the two attacks whatsoever. Rain, now that Zero Wings Yifeng has been killed, I want to see just how long you will continue struggling. Nine Dragons Emperor sneered when he saw Shifeng disappearing completely in Phoenix Rain's team. Yifeng was undoubtedly the strongest player. He was also one of the few players capable of going up against Martial Dragon. Now that Yifeng had already been killed, Phoenix Rain's team would have a hard time stopping Martial Dragon. However, as soon as Nine Dragons Emperor was done speaking, Shifeng's doppelganger, whose HP had previously fallen to a critical level from Undead's relentless attacks, suddenly recovered back to full HP. How is this possible? Did he switch places with his doppelganger? Undead was slightly confused when he saw Shifeng's doppelganger recovering back to full HP. However, he very quickly realized what had happened. He immediately swung his staff and summoned an ice wall to block Shifeng, then smiled and said, "Although you managed to find your way over, you are simply throwing your life away. Without your life-saving skill, how are you going to block this move of mine?" As Undead said so, a pitch-black magic array formed beneath Shifeng's feet. Pitch-black barriers then emerged from it. In the next moment, these barriers began twisting and constricting the space Shifeng was in. This move was not a spell Undead had learned. Rather, it was an additional skill, Dark Illumination of Hell King's Eye. The staff he wielded when activated, the skill would freeze the space around the targeted area, preventing players caught within its range from moving. Afterwards, the frozen space would be obliterated. Although the skill's AoE was not particularly large, it was much stronger than ordinary large-scale destruction spells turned to dust. Undead tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Boom. Suddenly, the space Shifeng was in shattered like a mirror. Why bother? Martial Dragon sighed when he looked at the shattered space. Although he had not sensed Shifeng switching positions with his doppelganger, A frontal confrontation with an elementalist like Undead was pure suicide. Even Martial Dragon himself did not dare to approach Undead in a fight. The reason for this was because the closer the range, the shorter the distance Undead's spells needed to travel. With Undead's perfect control over his spells, even Martial Dragon would find himself overwhelmed if he stood within 10 yards of the elementalist after the space around Sherfong was utterly obliterated. Just as Undead turned his focus towards Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer, a playful voice suddenly entered his ears. That's it? Undead whirled back to look at Sherfang's original location, a grim expression suddenly appearing on his face at this moment. Sherfang could still be seen actually standing in the shattered space. Moreover, he was entirely unscathed. Even his HP remained at 100%. How is this possible? Is it invulnerability? Undead's gaze turned serious as he studied the faint golden barrier enveloping Sherfang's body. Invulnerability skills with long durations were exceedingly rare in God's domain. Even the various super guilds had only a few people with such skills. He had never thought that Sherfang would actually have one. That's right, Sherfang said, laughing. He then moved straight towards Undead. Although Undead tried to cast a spell to stop Sherfang, the latter had already disappeared from where he stood. Then, Sherfang popped up right in front of Undead. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Although Undead reacted rapidly and had immediately used Blink to distance himself from Sherfang, the moment before he disappeared, a blue flash cut across his body. In the next moment, Undead's body appeared at a location 15 yards away. At this time, however, a flower of blood had already bloomed on Undead's chest. As for Undead himself, he was like a puppet that had its strings cut, his body collapsing powerlessly to the ground so fast. Commander? How is this possible? The members of Bloody Paradise were stupefied when they saw Undead's HP bottoming out. Chapter 1495, 12 Firmaments. Chapter 1495, 12 Firmaments. Without Instant Strike, Sherfang would definitely have a hard time killing Domain Realm experts. This was especially true on a chaotic battlefield where he couldn't use any of his berserk skills. With the support of expert healers, his enemy could easily retreat and recover if he didn't finish the enemy off quickly enough. In the end, they would fight an endless battle of attrition. This wasn't the outcome Sherfang wanted. His team lost members with each passing second. In a drawn-out battle, he would lose. Meanwhile, Instant Strike had a limited range and a very long cooldown. With how far apart Martial Dragon and Undead stood from each other, Sherfang could only use the skill to finish one of them off. Between the two Domain Realm experts, Sherfang had decided to deal with Undead, who posed the greatest threat to his team. In fact, he had sent his doppelganger to harass Undead precisely to set up an opportunity to use Instant Strike against the Elementalist. However, Undead was quite intelligent. The Elementalist had maintained a certain distance from his doppelganger, attacking from his maximum range. However, when Undead had assumed Sherfang had died, he had relaxed, giving Sherfang the opportunity he needed. Even so, he had nearly allowed Undead to get away. Fortunately, he had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, increasing his initial attack speed to 50% of the maximum. When Undead collapsed, Bloody Paradise's members were dumbfounded. Undead was the adventurer team's pillar of strength. Now that this pillar had fallen, the remaining members had lost their will to fight. All that was left was horror. They were especially afraid of that swordsman's frightening strike. Before they had realized what was happening, their commander had lost his life. Although Undead was only an elementalist, he had more than 30,000 HP yet. Sherfang had devoured every hit point in one hit. In other words, this swordsman could instant kill any cloth armor class on the battlefield. He could even take out MTs with high HP and defense in 2 or 3 hits. How is he so fast? Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched proudly from a distance, wore a grim expression as he watched Sherfang. Most of the experts on the battlefield might not have understood what had just happened, but he had caught a glimpse the instant Sherfang had appeared before Undead. The latter had activated Blink to escape, yet not even the skill's instantaneous activation could take full effect before Sherfang completed his slash. This godlike attack speed was simply unheard of if he allowed Sherfang to get close to him. Nine Dragons Emperor felt a chill crawl down his spine. This is the commander's true strength? How strong is he? Not even such a powerful elementalist could escape the commander after activating Blink. Solitary 9 and the other Azura members were shocked when they saw Shifeng's enemies afraid. Keeping their distance from the swordsman, Azura's members dreamed of achieving such a feat. However, while everyone watched Shifeng in shock, Nine Dragons Emperor finally made his move. A dark gray longbow, engraved with magical patterns, appeared in his left hand. The mana around Nine Dragons Emperor surged towards the weapon at the same time. Nine Dragons Emperor retrieved an arrow covered in magical, crimson patterns from his bag. The magic patterns on the longbow and arrow seemed similar. It was obvious that they were a part of a set pavilion master. Martial Dragon was surprised as he watched his pavilion master pull out the weapon and ammo. The longbow in Nine Dragons Emperor's hand was called Star Shatterer, a very special magic weapon. When used with its paired arrow, the longbow would gain the additional skill, 12 firmaments. When activated, the skill would launch 12 attacks simultaneously, each of which had enough power to wound a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the 12 attacks were impossible to dodge. The attacks would even break through invulnerability. It was an ultimate move that could only be used once every 10 hours. Not even the great pavilion master knew about Nine Dragons Emperor's Star Shatterer. He had initially planned to save this trump card for Thunder Island's powerful guardian bosses. Martial Dragon had never expected the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master to use the longbow against Shifeng Dai. Nine Dragons Emperor pulled back Star Shatterer's bowstring, stretching the weapon into a full circle. He aimed for Shifeng, who stood nearly 100 yards away. Before activating 12 firmaments, the Ranger class already had the longest attack range of all of the various ranged classes. However, even after reaching Tier 1, Rangers only had a maximum attack range of 52 yards. Yet 12 firmaments could double that range, locking onto targets up to 104 yards away. Xiao. Suddenly, the crimson arrow Nine Dragons Emperor had knocked split into 12 streaks of dark blue light that flew towards Shifeng. As these arrows moved, they tore through space as if tearing through paper, leaving one spatial rip after another in their wake. After killing undead, Shifeng had planned to take advantage of the shock to take down a few more enemies around him, but when he caught sight of Nine Dragons Emperor's longbow from the corner of his eye, a chill crawled down his spine. Star Shatterer had been incredibly famous in his previous life. The longbow ranked 28th on the magic weapon ranking list in God's domain. In the hands of a Tier 2 player, the weapon would even injure a mythic monster of the same level only. Shifeng hadn't realized that Nine Dragons Emperor had obtained Star Shatterer so early in the game. Upon seeing the 12 arrows flying from Nine Dragons Emperor's longbow, Shifeng instinctively activated Void Shield, a protective barrier capable of absorbing damage equal to 10 times his maximum HP. He then executed Sword's Orbit to deflect the incoming arrows. Once the attack had locked on, 12 firmaments would follow him wherever he went. He had no choice but to take the attacks head-on. Fortunately, Instant Strike was still in effect. Immediately, a galaxy of stars formed around him, clashing with the 12 streaks of dark blue light. Boom, boom, boom. Each attack pushed Shifeng several yards back. By the time he blocked the 12th attack, he was 60 yards from where he had started, and his Void Shield had shattered. Shifeng's HP fell like there was no tomorrow. 90%, 70%, 50%. When he eventually stopped sliding backward, his HP bar stabilized. Not dead. How is that possible? Nine Dragons Emperor flashed Shifeng an incredulous look. He simply could not believe that his attack, which could even wound a Grand Lord, had failed to kill Shifeng. Moreover, although Shifeng looked fairly miserable, even sporting a cut on his cheek from the pressure of the attack, he still had over 20% of his HP. The 12 firmaments is really no joke. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he glanced down at his numb hands. If not for his strength, which even exceeded a Great Lord's of the same level, Void Shield, and sufficient reaction speed, that attack would have taken his life. Everyone, pay attention. Miracle's forces are heading this way. If we can hold out for a little while longer, victory will be ours. Nine Dragons Emperor declared. Anyone who kills Phoenix Rain will receive a piece of level 50 dark gold equipment. I'll also reward anybody who kills Yifeng 1000 magic crystals, and a piece of level 50 dark gold equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor hadn't thought that he'd encounter anyone who could threaten his life, but after watching Shifeng take undeads, he no longer felt safe. If he did not get rid of Shifeng now, and the man's skills finished their cooldowns, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to prioritize the swordsman's death, forcing him to lose a level and a piece of equipment. If an expert of Shifeng's caliber lost a piece of equipment that he was particularly compatible with, his combat power would plummet. Only then would Nine Dragons Emperor's mind be at peace. Of course, killing Shifeng multiple times would be the best outcome. Level 50 dark gold equipment. All hail the Pavilion Master. Hearing Nine Dragons Emperor's announcement, many of the players on his team turned towards Shifeng, eager to earn the rewards. When Phoenix Rain's team members heard the declaration, they were confused. They weren't surprised by the bounty on Phoenix Rain's head, but he had also placed an even higher bounty on Shifeng's. The Phoenix Pavilion members didn't understand why Nine Dragons Emperor would prioritize the swordsman's death over Phoenix Rain's. However, what truly made Phoenix Rain's team members despair was the news that Miracle's members had almost reached the battlefield, coming to assist their enemies already colluded with Miracle. Shifeng felt pressed for time as he watched his enemies' morale recover. He shifted his gaze towards Bloodhand Yama and the other Flower of Seven Sins members. It seems that I can't afford to hold back any longer. As Shifeng made his way towards Bloodhand Yama, he activated divine steps to nullify the incoming attacks from the enemy experts around him. Both of his hands were still numb, and the best he could do was maintain his grip on his weapons, much less deflect an attack. A moment later, Shifeng reached Phoenix Rain's section of the battlefield. He stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground and activated the evolved abyssal curse. Chapter 1496. One move, one kill. Chapter 1496. One move, one kill. As abyssal curse activated, a large, pitch-black magic array appeared beneath the Flower of Seven Sins members. Black fog rose from the array, tangling around the expert players and restricting their movements. Moreover, they received a debuff that reduced their basic attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Although the Flower of Seven Sins members had reacted very quickly and immediately activated their control removal skills, breaking free of the fog, the 20% reduction to their basic attributes decreased their combat power significantly. The Flower of Seven Sins MTs, in particular, watched their HPs drain as they tried to protect their DPS experts. Even with the support of numerous healers, their HP bars steadily fell. Even Bloodhand Yama, who had been overwhelming Kola, found himself on the defensive. What a powerful control skill. Phoenix Rain shot Shifeng a glance after seeing the assassin group's combat power decrease drastically. She had never thought that Shifeng still had such a trump card. One move. Shifeng had turned the tide of battle. In reality, he hadn't wanted to reveal this move. Abyssal Curse would work wonders in a large battle where players couldn't use tools, berserker skills, or silencing skills, but there were many superpowers fighting for control of Thunder Island. The designated contest area wasn't particularly large, so it was easy for the different powers to encounter each other. Meanwhile, Abyssal Curse had a 20-minute cooldown. If his team met another superpower during the cooldown, he'd have one less trump card. When Nine Dragons Emperor saw the results of Shifeng's attack, his expression darkened. The Flower of Seven Sins members already had a numerical disadvantage against the Phoenix Pavilion's team. They had to rely on their MTs and healers to hold on. Now that their basic attributes had decreased, they would have a much harder time holding back Phoenix Rain and her people. Marshal, take some men to help Bloodhand. Do not let Phoenix Rain's group break free of the encirclement. Nine Dragons Emperor commanded. Thanks to Shifeng's move, the Flower of Seven Sins suffered one casualty after another. At this rate, Phoenix Rain's team would escape in less than a minute. If that happened, it'd become much harder to take her team down. Understood. Upon receiving his orders, Martial Dragon led 30-plus melee players, who still had a fair amount of their HP, to the Flower of Seven Sins corner of the battlefield. Although Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru tried their best to stop Martial Dragon when they tried to move across the field, Martial Dragon easily evaded the skills and spells sent his way. When he couldn't dodge an attack, he blocked it with a casual swing of his greatsword. The healers in the rear quickly replenished any HP he lost. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain's team put everything they had into assaulting the Flower of Seven Sins members, who were on the defense, hoping to break free of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Don't even dream of getting past us. When Bloodhand Yama saw that less than 30 players remained on his team, he gritted his teeth and activated the Tier 1 taboo skill for Shield Warriors, Iron Fortress. Suddenly, with Bloodhand Yama in the center, a silver glow enveloped all of his teammates within a 30-yard radius. The affected players instantly received a buff that decreased incoming damage by 30% and increased their maximum HP by 15%. As for Bloodhand Yama, he received a buff that decreased incoming damage by 40% while increasing his maximum HP by 20%. Both buffs had a 12-minute duration. Not only did Iron Fortress alleviate some of the pressure on the healers, but the affected players' HPs also began to increase despite the bombardment they received. Good. As expected of Bloodhand Yama, Nine Dragons Emperor, who helped Martial Dragon open a path, rejoiced when he saw the Flower of Seven Sins members recover. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Bloodhand Yama's teammates. A scorching streak of light then sliced through the flank of a level 47 Guardian Knight. Although the Guardian Knight had sensed the incoming attack, he hadn't been able to respond quickly enough. The level 47 Guardian Knight, who had more than half of his HP remaining, lost every point instantly, shock coloring his features as he stared at the figure before him. The figure was none other than Shifeng. After a few seconds of rest, his hands had recovered, and the allied healers had restored his HP before the Guardian Knight had hit the ground. Shifeng appeared before a level 48 Berserker. Although the Berserker tried to hack at the swordsman with his battle axe, Shifeng easily blocked the weapon with the Abyssal Blade. Killing Ray, which radiated a scorching heat, mercilessly pierced the Berserker's heart. Flame bursts power, turning the player into a pile of smoldering ash. Instantly Shifeng then attacked a nearby shield warrior. By the time Shifeng used all 15 attack counts, he had killed 8 Flower of Seven Sins members, instantly reducing the organization's survivors to 19. The players nearby gasped at the scene. Even the weakest Flower of Seven Sins member present was a refinement realm expert. In a first-rate guild, these experts would easily rank among the best. Yet before Shifeng, they seemed as if they were made of paper. Yifeng. Bloodhand Yama glared at Shifeng with bloodshot eyes as he watched the man tear through his teammates. Immediately, he shook off Cola and charged at Shifeng. Before he reached the swordsman, he leaped into the air and swung his double-headed axe down at Shifeng's head. Tier 1 taboo skill, Lightning Blast. In the next moment, a lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck Bloodhand Yama's one-handed axe, enhancing its power and speed tremendously. Despite that, Shifeng casually swung Killing Ray to deflect the attack. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Blade. Boom. When Killing Ray clashed with the double-headed axe, brilliant sparks flew from the weapons. The ground beneath Shifeng's feet cracked and sunk, extending 10 yards away from the swordsman. He blocked it. Is he even human? That's the commander's strongest move. The Flower of Seven Sins members were stupefied. Not only did Lightning Blast increase its user's strength by 330% and attack speed by 300% for one attack, but it also dealt additional lightning damage. Not even an expert of the same level could block the attack, not to mention dodge it. Yet Shifeng had blocked Bloodhand Yama's Lightning Blast, and he had only lost around 1/5 of his HP in doing so. How? Bloodhand Yama stared at Shifeng with a dumbfounded look. He had executed his attack with absolute perfection. Not even a domain realm expert should be able to block the attack in time, dying instantly. Yet Shifeng had kept up with his speed. When Lightning Blast's effects dissipated, something even more shocking happened. Bloodhand Yama collapsed to the ground, his HP mysteriously decreasing at an astonishing rate. What was happening? Everyone was stupefied. Bloodhand Yama had attacked Shifeng, but he had died instead of the swordsman. What just happened? The nearby crowd was confused. Big Sis Rain, did you see what Yifeng did just now? Why did Bloodhand Yama die instead of him? Blue Phoenix asked. Bloodhand Yama had focused on killing Yifeng, but he failed to realize that Yifeng aimed for his life as well. Although Yifeng lost the exchange, Bloodhand Yama lost his life, Phoenix Rain explained in a daze. Once she fully processed what had happened, she took a deep breath as she exclaimed, He really is a madman. Phoenix Rain found it truly hard to imagine that, despite blocking a full-powered attack from an expert like Bloodhand Yama, Shifeng had the gall to launch a simultaneous attack at the Shield Warrior's blind spot. Had Shifeng made the slightest miscalculation, he might have fallen alongside Bloodhand Yama. Chapter 1497. Heroic Stand. Chapter 1497. Heroic Stand. When Bloodhand Yama had died, silence had blanketed the battlefield. The Flower of Seven Sins members had nothing but fear in their eyes as they looked at Shifeng. Suddenly, the Flower of Seven Sins members scattered, fleeing from Shifeng in all directions as none of them dared to stand in the swordsman's way. What amazing reaction speed. Bloodhand Yama died just like that. Just what did Yi Feng do? Meanwhile, the various spectating superpowers were stunned. Their peak experts, in particular, watched Shifeng with grim expressions. Bloodhand Yama had been incredibly fast. Yet not only had Shifeng kept up with the man despite swinging his blade a moment after Bloodhand Yama began his attack, but he had also had the attention to spare while defending himself to use shadow blades against the Shield Warrior. Catching him off guard, it would have been fine if the counterattack had simply caught Bloodhand Yama off guard. What truly shocked the various peak experts was that Shifeng had killed Bloodhand Yama instantly, despite the Shield Warrior having activated Iron Fortress, and having 2/3 of his HP remaining. Iron Fortress reduced the damage that Bloodhand Yama took by 40%, and increased his maximum HP by 20%. In addition, the Shield Warrior class had other passive skills that reduced incoming damage by a large margin. With Bloodhand Yama's remaining 30,000 plus HP, not even a berserker of the same level should be able to kill him instantly. Yet Shifeng had done just that. The watching experts wondered what would have happened if they had stood in Bloodhand Yama's place. Would they be able to survive? Or Shifeng's blades claim their lives as well? What everyone didn't know was that, although the counterattack seemed reckless, Shifeng had calculated the whole encounter. Tier 2 players had a much stronger physique than Tier 1 players. Furthermore, Shifeng had multiple fragmented legendary items. There was also the fact that he had reduced Bloodhand Yama's basic attributes with Abyssal Curse. Moreover, Bloodhand Yama was a strength-focused shield warrior. To Shifeng, who had the strength and speed of a great lord of the same level, defending against and killing Bloodhand Yama was no trouble. Shifeng didn't bother to chase after the fleeing Flower of Seven Sins members. Instead, he picked up the plate armor quizzes Bloodhand Yama had dropped. Although the quizzes weren't epic rank, they were level 45 dark gold equipment. The piece could easily fetch a few hundred gold on the market. After collecting up his loot, Shifeng turned and dashed towards Martial Dragon. Although no one stood in their path of retreat now, they'd still sustain heavy casualties if they allowed Martial Dragon and his people to pursue and attack as the battle drug on. Phoenix Rain's team had less than half of its original 200 or so members. In contrast, Nine Dragons Emperor's team still had over 200 players. The gap in both sides' strength continued to grow. If they did not stop Martial Dragon, he'd cripple their team. Even if they escaped in the end, don't even think of getting away so easily. At this point, Nine Dragons Emperor knew that he couldn't stop Phoenix Rain's team from retreating. Immediately, he moved to work alongside Martial Dragon, slaughtering the fleeing players. However, rather than dealing with the moderately skilled players, Martial Dragon and Nine Dragons Emperor targeted Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru. Suddenly, numerous arrows rained down on Gentle Snow, cutting off her path of retreat. At the same time, Martial Dragon leaped into the air, arriving beside the female berserker. He then ruthlessly brandished his great sword at the Snow Goddess Tier 1 skill, Flaming Cross Slash. As the raging flames approached Gentle Snow, several blue lightning bolts surged towards her from a short distance away, striking down Martial Dragon's Flaming Cross Slash. Yi Feng? As his attack was nullified, Martial Dragon turned towards the lightning's origin. He had previously thought that he could easily take on Shifeng, but he had learned that he'd have to keep his guard up against the swordsman. The man had already proven his strength when he had killed Undead and Bloodhand Yama. If he wasn't careful, the swordsman might take his life as well. When Gentle Snow noticed that Martial Dragon had been distracted, she breathed a sigh of relief and promptly retreated. Everyone, stop fighting and flee! Shifeng shouted when he saw his allies fighting desperately. I'll bring up the rear. How bold. Do you really think you can stop us all by yourself? A cold gleam flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he glared at Shifeng, although he acknowledged that Shifeng was quite powerful. The man would be fooling himself if he thought he could stop more than 200 experts by himself. Nine Dragons Emperor and his teammates stopped holding back as they bombarded Phoenix Rain's team with their strongest attacks. However, when the spells and skills were midway through their course, a powerful ripple radiated from the center of the battlefield, chilling field. When the ripple collided with the enemy's spells and skills, they shattered instantly. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor and his people, who stood within Chilling Field's range, grew cold as their attributes and movement speed swiftly decreased suddenly. Icicles bombarded the melee players chasing after Phoenix Rain's team. Although these melee players tried to defend themselves, the icicles were far more powerful than they had imagined. Each icicle carried as much strength as a great lord. Tier 1 players had no way of blocking the attacks. Nine Dragons Emperor's people were forced out of Chilling Field's effective area suddenly. Phoenix Rain's team stood on one side of a massive divide, while Nine Dragons Emperor's people stood on the other. Even an expert like Martial Dragon could only stand within Chilling Field's range for a short moment before he too was forced out. This is a domain skill? How does he have one? Nine Dragons Emperors watched the frost-covered battlefield with a dark expression. In God's domain, large-scale destruction spells were undoubtedly the strongest in pure power, but these spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Normally, they were only effective in battles that consisted of tens of thousands of players. Domain skills followed closely behind large-scale destruction spells. Domain skills combine both offense and defense. Not only could they suppress one's enemies, but they were also effective against specific targets. However, players normally had to reach Tier 3 before they would find domain skills. The watching players outside of Thunder Island were stupefied. Is this a joke? He actually stopped Nine Dragons Emperor's team by himself. Just who is this Yifeng? For a time everyone talked about Shifeng. First, he had killed Undead, who had the nickname the Devil's Hand. Then he had killed Bloodhand Yama, one of the Flower of Seven Sins representative experts. Now he stopped 200+ experts by himself. This was simply inconceivable. None of the 200+ players fighting for Nine Dragons Emperor were ordinary experts. This small force was more than capable of annihilating an army of several thousand elite players. Yet they were helpless against Shifeng. All they could do was watch as Phoenix Rain's team moved farther and farther out of their grasp. Chapter 1498. Capturing Ancient Towers. Chapter 1498. Capturing Ancient Towers. Damn it. Nine Dragons Emperor's glare was frosty as he watched Phoenix Rain's team pull away from his own. Arranging this ambush to eliminate Phoenix Rain had taken a lot of effort. Yet Shifeng had ruined his plans. With Shifeng maintaining Chilling Field in the narrow valley's center, his team couldn't pursue Phoenix Rain. Even if they launched ranged attacks, Shifeng would have no trouble dodging them with his speed and techniques. He didn't have the option of using a large-scale destruction spell either. Shifeng could easily pull away from the caster while the spell activated. In addition, Nine Dragons Emperor had already used 12 Firmaments, his strongest trump card. He would not be able to use it again for the next 10 hours. After time passed, Shifeng took a look at his system map. When he noticed that Phoenix Rain and the others were far enough away, he turned and sped away from the battlefield, no longer worried about distracting Nine Dragons Emperor and his people. Pavilion Master, should we give chase? Martial Dragon asked after watching Shifeng depart. Although Phoenix Rain's team had escaped, Shadowtooth had placed a marker on Alluring Summer during their previous fight. Hence, it was entirely possible to chase after Phoenix Rain's team. No need. They've gotten lucky this time. You and Shadowtooth will go and occupy the ancient tower. Once we group up with Miracle's team, we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with Phoenix Rain. Nine Dragons Emperor calmly stated as he shifted his gaze to the nearby ancient tower. The main goal in this contest was to occupy Thunder Island's various monster encampments. However, there were a limited number of encampments on the island. With so many superpowers participating in the contest, he'd be putting the cart before the horse if he chased after Phoenix Rain. Moreover, not only had Phoenix Rain lost the chance to capture the ancient towers as a result of this battle, but her team had sustained heavy damages. After such a painful setback, Phoenix Rain would have a very difficult time turning things around, although this outcome wasn't what he had planned. He had achieved part of his goal. Understood. Martial Dragon took one last look at Shifang's retreating figure before containing his killing intent. He then led a 20-man team towards the ancient tower on the side of a nearby hill. Meanwhile, the various watching superpowers had gained a new understanding of Phoenix Rain's team. This was especially true for Zero Wings Yifeng. Although it had only been a moment, Shifeng had held back over 200 experts by himself. Even the superpowers domain realm experts would struggle to replicate the feat. Yifeng is really unlucky. Had he joined a superpower instead of a small guild like Zero Wing, his future would have been limitless. Send someone to investigate Yifeng. I want to know his background. Nine Dragons Emperor is ruthless. Although Phoenix Rain still has her core combatants, over 70% of the island's ancient towers have already been captured. She'll have no choice but to wait until the next contest. After the battle between Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor's teams, the various superpowers returned their attention to capturing ancient towers and raiding monster encampments. While some teams pitted the Phoenix Pavilion Master, some celebrated her misfortune. The first few minutes were the most important in the contest. Thunder Island's ancient towers were easily defensible. Once players captured an ancient tower, other players would have a challenging time trying to steal it. Without dispatching a force that was several times stronger than the defenders, the ancient towers were impossible to take. Hence, the participating superpowers' final achievements were usually decided during the first few minutes. Moreover, among the various superpowers, Phoenix Rain's overall combat power ranked the weakest. After all, unlike the other superpowers, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had split its forces after Phoenix Rain and her companions escaped. They searched for an unoccupied ancient tower while waiting for their dead teammates to resurrect. Finally, after 10 minutes or so of searching, one of the scouting assassins found an unclaimed tower at the edge of a bay. Phoenix Rain immediately led her team to capture it. The team spent around 10 minutes clearing out the dozen or so level 55, Lord-ranked Savage Orcs before they captured the ancient tower. Big Sis Rain, I've just received news from our men outside of Thunder Island. All 39 ancient towers have been captured. I'm afraid we've lost our chance to secure a second tower. Blue Phoenix reported helplessly. What's the situation on Nine Dragons Emperor's side? Phoenix Rain asked, frowning. She hadn't expected the other superpowers to take action so quickly that she wouldn't even have the opportunity to capture a second tower. Thunder Island's monster encampments were no trivial matter. Without tools or berserk skills, taking down ordinary Grand Lords of the same level would be extremely difficult. Not to mention Thunder Island's Grand Lords, the defense and magic resistance a single tower provided wouldn't likely be enough to help them capture a monster encampment, even if they worked together. They needed the weakening effects of two ancient towers. With the help of Miracle, Nine Dragons Emperor has captured 3 ancient towers. His team is already preparing to raid a monster encampment, Blue Phoenix said. She then sent Phoenix Rain a statistics chart and continued. These are the forces he has guarding the 3 towers. He's allocated 102 players in total. 42 people are guarding the tower closest to us. Nine Dragons Emperor isn't taking any chances. Phoenix Rain revealed a bitter smile as she read the information. She had planned to attack one of Nine Dragons Emperor's ancient towers after she recovered her forces, but it seemed that was no longer possible. They would have to run for nearly 15 minutes to reach the closest tower. Although only 42 people defended the tower, the party included Blood Dragon, the branch guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire branch guild. With the defender's advantage, her team wouldn't be able to take the tower unless it attacked with everything it had. If they wanted to attack the second closest ancient tower, they'd need roughly 23 minutes to reach it. Moreover, they'd have to pass by Blood Dragon's tower during the run. They wouldn't be able to avoid Nine Dragons Emperor's detection. He'd easily be able to send reinforcements to the second tower before they reached it. No matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to steal one of Nine Dragons Emperor's ancient towers. And taking a tower from another superpower was impossible. All of the other competitors already knew her team's predicament. Hence, they had intentionally dispatched more manpower to defend the towers close to her team, strengthening their fortifications beyond what Nine Dragons Emperor could manage. To put it simply, Her team had lost any chance of securing a monster encampment during this contest. As he read the collected information, Shifeng suddenly commented, "We're not completely out of options. We still have a chance." Phoenix Rain took another look at the report in her hands, but even after reading through it again, she couldn't find an ancient tower that her team could raid. "What about this tower?" Shifeng said as he pointed to one of Nine Dragons Emperor's ancient towers, the farthest from their current location. "That one?" Phoenix Rain had initially been excited to hear that they still had a chance, but after seeing the ancient tower Shifeng had pointed at, she was speechless. "Although only 25 players are defending that tower, it'll take us 30 minutes to reach it. By the time we arrive, Nine Dragons Emperor's reinforcements would have beaten us there. We'll never be able to capture the tower." "No. We won't just target one tower. We'll capture two of his ancient towers simultaneously," Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. "Capture two towers?" Phoenix Rain looked at Shifeng's grin in confusion. For a moment, she wondered if the man had lost his mind after Nine Dragons Emperor's provocation. "Big brother Yifeng, you know the advantages players get after capturing a tower. Not only will allies near the towers receive a buff to their basic attributes, but they'll also receive a damage reduction buff. With our current combat power, we'll be fortunate to capture one tower. We just don't have the power to capture two at once," Blue Phoenix stated as she pointed at the magic barrier around each of the ancient towers. "How will we know if we don't try?" Shifeng said, chuckling. "To accomplish the contest's objectives, one had to have a lot of team members at this stage of the game. It was likely that no one understood Thunder Island's contest better than he did. Furthermore, he had a strategic tool to capture the ancient towers. He had wanted to avoid using it, but since Nine Dragons Emperor had ruined his plans, he didn't mind teaching the man the cost of doing so." Chapter 1499, Siege Tactic. Chapter 1499, Siege Tactic. After listening to Shifeng's proposal, Phoenix Rain fell silent for some time. Trying to capture two ancient towers simultaneously was pushing the envelope with their current team. If they failed, their team's overall combat power would decrease once again, and capturing a tower later would become even more difficult. However, without three ancient towers, they had no guarantee of capturing a monster encampment. For a moment, Phoenix Rain was wrought with indecision. "If we don't make a move soon, it'll be even more difficult to capture an encampment," Shifeng reminded her when he saw the hesitation in Phoenix Rain's eyes. Like the ancient towers, there were a limited number of monster encampments on Thunder Island. There were only 17 encampments in this contest. Now that the various superpowers had occupied the ancient towers, the encampments would be their next target. If they remained idle, doing nothing and allowing the other superpowers to capture and occupy the encampments, they'd lose any chance they currently had. Once a team captured a monster encampment, NPCs would manifest to help the players defend it, making it many times more difficult to raid than an ancient tower. "All right. I'll pass you the team's leadership. I'll do everything I can to assist you," Phoenix Rain said, gritting her teeth. In the end, she decided to gamble on her fate. Moreover, she was curious about how Shifeng planned to wrestle control of two ancient towers from Nine Dragons Emperor. When Phoenix Rain agreed, Shifeng began to prepare. Any team that secured an ancient tower on Thunder Island would receive a stackable buff that decreased monsters' defense and magic resistance in the encampments when attacked. At the same time, allies within 100 yards of the captured tower would receive an extra buff that increased their basic attributes and reduced incoming damage by 30%. Hence, defending players were very difficult to deal with. In addition, every team in the contest had allies outside the island to help them keep track of enemies' movements. If an enemy team showed any intention of attacking a particular tower, the team would bolster its defense and dispatch reinforcements. This made it even more difficult to steal an occupied ancient tower. Fortunately, these hurdles were nothing to Shifeng. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, you'll lead 80 players to assault Nine Dragon Emperor's nearest ancient tower. Try to avoid fighting within 100 yards of the tower. You just need to keep the defenders busy. I'll lead a team of 100 to circle the tower and ambush the tower in the forest. The remaining 40 players will stay here and defend this area. If you're all right with this plan, we'll move out right away," Shifeng said. His teammates were speechless when they heard Shifeng's plan. They had assumed that he'd reveal some heaven-defying idea that would allow them to capture both towers at once, but his plan seemed overly simple. Big brother Yifeng, I'm afraid that Nine Dragons Emperor will discover our members too quickly. He'll almost certainly dispatch reinforcements to the forest tower. Capturing the tower will likely, Blue Phoenix said worriedly. Relax. Since Nine Dragons Emperor is busy capturing an encampment, he won't have many players to send if he sends any at all. Stealing the towers won't be an issue, Shifeng said, but everyone fell silent. The tower's terrain advantage was no laughing matter. They couldn't overcome the hurdle with a small numerical advantage. All right, since no one else has any arguments, let's move out. Time waits for no man. Shifeng then formed a 100-man team and made his way towards his target, Big Sis Rain. If we go along with this plan, I'm afraid that, Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she watched Shifeng depart. Let's see what he has in mind for now. If it isn't possible, we can always join up with his team and concentrate on a single location, Phoenix Rain said, sighing. She had handed Shifeng authority over the team. She couldn't reject his plan without trying it. I understand, Blue Phoenix said after giving the matter some more thought. At this point, they had no choice. Following which, Phoenix Rain led a team of 80 players towards the nearest ancient tower under Nine Dragons Emperor's control, hoping that her team could cause enough commotion to distract the man, and luring as many players as possible. This way, Shifeng's side would have a greater chance of succeeding. After Phoenix Rain and Shifeng's teams moved out, Nine Dragons Emperor, who was busy raiding a monster encampment, received news of their movements from his scouts outside of Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain is finally making a move? Nine Dragons Emperor muttered when he received the report. After reading it, however, he was confused. What is she trying to do? She dares to split her forces? Does she really think that I won't notice? Nine Dragons Emperor wasn't surprised in the least to learn that Phoenix Rain aimed to capture the ancient towers under his control. After all, among the nearby towers, his were the least fortified. He had done that on purpose. He had 350 players on his team. With the buffs from the 3 ancient towers, he only needed 100 players to capture a monster encampment, leaving the remaining 250 to defend the towers. He had only left 102 players to defend them to give Phoenix Rain the illusion of hope. Once she took his bait, he'd send the remaining 148 players to form a pincer attack, eliminating Phoenix Rain from the contest. However, he had never imagined that she'd split her forces, thinning her already low combat power. Pavilion Master, shall I lead a team to the towers? Martial Dragon suggested. No. Let's wait for now. Contact Miracle, and tell them to get ready. Once Yifeng's team reach the other tower, you'll meet up with Miracle's forces to surround them. I refuse to believe they can get away this time. Nine Dragons Emperor growled, sneering. Understood. Martial Dragon nodded. He then contacted Miracle's upper echelons. Time passed quickly. While Phoenix Rain's team tried to attract Nine Dragons Emperor's forces to the first tower, Shifeng's team inched closer to the tower hidden in the forest. Yifeng, Nine Dragons Emperor has dispatched a force to your tower. Some of Miracle's members are heading your way as well. Overall, 300 players are marching towards the forest tower. They should reach the tower in roughly 5 minutes. You need to get out of there. Phoenix Rain warned the swordsman, her anxiety written all over her face. Even if they fought in the forest, Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracle's over 300 players could easily annihilate Shifeng's 100-man team. Nine Dragons Emperor's done sitting still, huh? Shifeng responded, revealing a calm smile. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to smile? We're talking about 300+ experts. If it comes down to a fight, we'll suffer heavy losses even with a few Tier 2 players, Aqua Rose said, flabbergasted when she saw Shifeng's calm. Since Nine Dragons Emperor is finally taking us seriously, we should do the same, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then activated the Aura of Space's second activatable skill, Spatial Gate. His destination was none other than the farthest ancient tower under Nine Dragons Emperor's control. It was also the tower with only 25 players defending it. Everyone get in the gate. It's time we teach Nine Dragons Emperor the price of targeting us. While tools were prohibited during the contest, Weapons and equipment's teleportation skills were not. Hence, he could freely teleport around Thunder Island. In fact, he could even teleport off of the island. Unfortunately, he'd need a new Thunder Pass to re-enter if he did so. Seeing the spatial gate, realization struck Aqua Rose and the others. Since tools were prohibited, players had to rely on their own capabilities to travel around Thunder Island. A skill like teleportation gate was godly in this contest. Upon Shifeng's command, the 100-man team entered the teleportation gate. In the next moment, they appeared before an ancient tower on the edge of a cliff. When the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion members defending the tower saw Shifeng's team, they were stupefied. Crap. We're being ambushed. Quickly notify the Pavilion Master. A level 47 ranger who reacted very quickly, shouted. However, as the ranger finished speaking, towering pillars of fire rose up from the ground, enveloping a large fraction of the defending players. The instant the flames touched the players, their bodies fell to ash. This move was none other than Shifeng's flame domain. When the flame domain dissipated, less than 10 of the 25 players remained standing. Chapter 1500, Unstoppable Yifeng. Chapter 1500, Unstoppable Yifeng. In one of the monster encampments on Thunder Island, the Team 9 Dragons Emperor led cleared out the savage orcs in the encampment's outer region. There were far more orcs in the monster encampments than in the ancient towers. The encampment 9 Dragons Emperor raided easily had over 2,000 savage orcs, and they all wore armor and carried both a spear and bow. Walls of stone and wood protected the encampment, and dozens of watchtowers with ballistas were stationed at regular intervals along the walls. Moreover, all of the orcs were level 55 and above, and the weakest among them was chieftain rank. A level 60 specialized Grand Lord even stood in the center of the encampment. The quantity and quality of the monsters even forced 9 Dragons Emperor's expert team to move carefully lest they attract too many monsters at a time. While 9 Dragons Emperor commanded his team to attack a watchtower, a shout suddenly came through the team chat. Pavilion Master, we're in trouble. Someone's ambushed our tower. We need reinforcements. An ambush? Who is it? How many people do they have? 9 Dragons Emperor's expression darkened. Angrily he shouted, "Didn't any of the scouts warn of the attack?" To guarantee the safety of his towers, he had tasked over a dozen people outside of Thunder Island to scout for movement around the towers. Yet, despite his scouts, his least defended tower had been ambushed. He wanted nothing more than to crack open his scouts' heads to see what occupied their empty skulls. Pavilion Master, the team appeared suddenly. Yifeng is the team's leader. We're outnumbered. We can't hold on for much longer. Yifeng? How? Wasn't his team heading for the forest tower? 9 Dragons Emperor's expression was dubious when he heard the news. However, he saw the truth of it when he watched the livestream that his subordinate had sent. Before 9 Dragons Emperor could say more, Shifeng appeared before the reporting ranger, the swordsman's 2 blades easily slitting the ranger's neck. Although the ranger had unsheathed a short sword to defend himself, Shifeng was simply too fast. The ranger had been struck numerous times before he could even raise his short sword. Following which, the livestream disconnected and the screen faded to black. It was obvious that Shifeng had killed the reporting ranger. How did Yifeng get all the way over there? Questions plagued 9 Dragons Emperor's mind as he stared at the dark screen. He had recently sent Martial Dragon to surround Shifeng at the forest tower. Yet the swordsman had appeared at the cliff tower, over 10 minutes away, a few minutes later. This sudden development was inconceivable. However, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master quickly snapped out of his daze. Realizing the severity of the matter, hurriedly he contacted Martial Dragon and commanded, "Martial, head to the cliff tower immediately." "Why? Weren't we supposed to surround Yifeng's team?" Martial Dragon asked. "Don't ask. Just hurry over there. Yifeng is leading an assault on that tower. The defenders there won't hold on much longer." Urgency and anxiety tore at 9 Dragons Emperor. He had only stationed 25 players at the cliff tower. Shifeng could easily capture it with 50 to 60 players. Understood. When Martial Dragon saw 9 Dragons Emperor's panic, he realized the severity of the matter. He immediately commanded his team to change course for the cliff tower. However, a few seconds after Martial Dragon gave the command, everyone on Nine Dragons Emperor's team lost one stack of their tower buffs, leaving them with only two. Nine Dragons Emperor's expression twisted in rage. The thread of hope he had clung onto had been destroyed. What Nine Dragons Emperor did not know was that, among the 25 players defending the ancient tower, Shifeng's flame domain had killed over 15 instantly. Meanwhile, Shifeng led a 100-man team. Even if the defenders had the 30% buff to their basic attributes and damage reduction, they were outnumbered. Furthermore, Shifeng had multiple Tier 2 players on his side. Even with the buff, the tower defender's basic attributes were nothing compared to Shifeng and his companions Yifeng. Nine Dragons Emperor bellowed as the live stream replayed in his mind. He knew every trump card Phoenix Rain possessed, and none of those trump cards allowed players to cross such a large distance in such a short amount of time. The sudden arrival of Shifeng's team had to be the swordsman's doing. Without the team's 3 tower buffs, it would become extremely difficult to capture a monster encampment. It might even be impossible. Aside from the specialized Grand Lord in the heart of the encampment, they also had to deal with 4 ordinary Grand Lords beside it. Without the 3 stacks of defense and magic resistance weakening, his team couldn't deal enough damage to the bosses with their attributes. Everyone, listen up. Aside from the players defending the ancient towers, all of you will follow me to the cliff tower. Nine Dragons Emperor announced after taking in a deep breath. Marshal, notify Miracles members and have them gather there as well. I refuse to believe that Yifeng can face us all. Although he had lost the ancient tower, he still had the numerical advantage. Even if Shifeng had over 100 players, he could still recapture the tower. Elsewhere, when Phoenix Rain, who currently distracted Nine Dragons Emperor's subordinates, saw her tower buff increase by a stack, she was stunned. What? He actually succeeded. Phoenix Rain could not believe her eyes when she saw her status window, but when she read the latest update on Nine Dragons Emperor's movements, her joy fell away. Hurriedly, she warned her companion through the team chat. Yifeng, Nine Dragons Emperor is furious. He's gathering all available manpower to your location. Miracles members are heading your way as well. We estimate that around 400 players are moving towards you. You can't defend the tower. You need to retreat. Although Shifeng's achievement delighted her, the difference between the two sides' strength was massive. She had to admit that little tricks like this were meaningless in the face of absolute power. It's fine. Let them come, Shifeng said, smiling faintly when he read the report. Right, your side should get ready. This situation might be troublesome if he weren't on Thunder Island, but players couldn't achieve victory here with a larger army. Get ready for what? Is there some way we can help? Phoenix Rain asked. No. Prepare to capture your tower, Shifeng stated indifferently. This. Phoenix Rain was speechless. The tower before her was defended by 42 players. Moreover, Blood Dragon led the defense. Although she had 80 players, they could never capture the tower before Nine Dragons Emperor's reinforcements arrived. Relax. I'll help you with it. Shifeng said. Help us? Phoenix Rain was stunned. For a moment, she even thought she had heard wrong. Shifeng had enough issues on his side. How could he help her? Although she found Shifeng's words hard to believe, a part of her couldn't just dismiss them. Of the man's multiple insane declarations thus far, he had never once failed to carry them out. When I tell you to attack, strike with everything you've got. Leave the rest to me, Shifeng instructed. My side still needs to prepare. Try to lure as many people out of the tower as possible in the meantime. Phoenix Rain had no response. There simply wasn't anything she could say about his simple approach. Yet the way Shifeng had spoken about the plan made it seem as if the decision had been obvious. After a moment of silence, she sighed and said, I understand. I'll have my men lure them out. The minutes flew by. While Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracle's combined team of 400-plus players rushed towards Shifeng's ancient tower, he took his sweet time resting. Once Flame Domain's cooldown finished, he told Phoenix Rain, attack. Not giving the matter much thought, Phoenix Rain led her 80-man team in a charge against Blood Dragon's tower. Phoenix Rain, you are courting death. When Blood Dragon saw Phoenix Rain's team dash towards him, He prepared his team for battle. At the same time, he opened a communication window to contact Nine Dragons Emperor just as Blood Dragon was about to report this new development. A figure appeared in the sky. The figure was none other than Shifeng, who had appeared using the aura of space's first activatable skill, space movement, before anyone could react. Shifeng used flame domain once again. The towering pillars of fire burned over half of the defending team to death. Only a dozen or so players, who had reacted quickly, escaped the AoE in time after using flame domain. Shifeng appeared before Blood Dragon Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Using Flame Burst alongside his doppelganger, even the skillful Blood Dragon was powerless against Shifeng. Although Blood Dragon had instinctively activated his life-saving skill, each attack from Flame Burst dealt tens of thousands of damage in the blink of an eye. Blood Dragon's corpse sprawled at Shifeng's feet. The enemy players were stupefied. Their chain of command descended into chaos. Very quickly, Phoenix Rain's members annihilated their enemies. When Nine Dragons Emperor and his people were roughly 10 minutes from the cliff tower, they noticed that they had lost another tower buff stack. What is going on? What happened? Confusion colored Nine Dragons Emperor's expression as he looked at his status window. Pavilion Master Yifeng appeared and attacked Branch Guild leader Blood Dragon's tower a moment ago. One of the scouts outside of Thunder Island cautiously informed him. Chapter 1501 Reversal. Chapter 1501 Reversal. Nine Dragons Emperor's expression darkened when he heard the scouts report he had wanted to deal a devastating blow to Phoenix Rain and eliminate her from the contest. Yet not only had he lost 2 of his 3 ancient towers, but his team had also suffered over 60 casualties. If the other superpowers knew this, he'd become a laughingstock. Good. Very good. Killing intent flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he watched a battle video his scout had recorded. Since you want to play, let's play. I'll teach you the meaning of digging your own grave. Pavilion Master, should we send a team to recapture Blood Dragon's tower? Martial Dragon asked when he saw the fury on Nine Dragons Emperor's face. No. We'll head to the cliff tower. We'll reclaim that tower first, then we'll take care of Phoenix Rain's team. Tell our resurrected members to gather at the forest tower. I won't let Yifeng steal another. Nine Dragons Emperor commanded. He had to admit that Shifeng's teleportation skill was heaven-defying on Thunder Island. And the fact that he had a large-scale destruction spell only complemented his ability to teleport at the end of the day. However, there was still a massive difference between their team's strength. As long as he approached the situation slowly and steadily, Shifeng wouldn't have an opportunity to steal another tower. Meanwhile, the various superpowers on Thunder Island were shocked to hear that Nine Dragons Emperor had lost 2 ancient towers in a row. What? Nine Dragons Emperor actually lost 2 of his towers? Could this be a ploy to lure Phoenix Rain into a trap? The contest for Thunder Island had many restrictions. There were also the tower buffs and the scouts outside of the island to consider. Stealing one occupied tower was incredibly difficult, yet Phoenix Rain's team had stolen 2 of Nine Dragons Emperor's towers in a row. When the various superpowers received this news, they wondered about the information's validity. Guild leader, Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing have obtained 3 ancient towers. They should have no problems securing a monster encampment. Should we contact Phoenix Rain and reopen negotiations? Quiet Melody suggested to Eternal Dead after receiving the shocking report. It seems that I've really have underestimated them. However, the battle has just begun. Nine Dragons Emperor is no easy opponent, and Miracle's been poking its nose into the matter. They'll only qualify to negotiate with us if they can hold a monster encampment until the contest ends, Eternal Dead said. Showing his lack of interest with a wave of his hand, Phoenix Rain only controlled a portion of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's combat power, and even the guild's combined strength was no match for the Sacred Temple. There was no need to mention Zero Wing. It was merely a guild that occupied a single kingdom. To the Sacred Temple, Zero Wing was no different than ordinary large guilds. They still don't qualify? After giving the matter some thought, Quiet Melody agreed with Eternal Dead's estimation. Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's performance was indeed shocking, but that performance only proved that they had potential. Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had yet to display sufficient value. There was no way that the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves would treat Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing like potential partners. Only when Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing could survive on Thunder Island would they qualify to negotiate with the two super guilds. As the various superpowers watched, Nine Dragons Emperor's team finally reached the cliff tower, sealing off all paths leading to it overall. 400 players surrounded the tower. Not only did the team include Nine Dragons Emperor's experts, but Miracle's experts had joined them as well. The leader of Miracle's team was none other than the sword freak Miracle Dragon. He had already reached level 49, and wore the Hellfire set, a 6-piece, level 50, fine gold set equipment for swordsmen. He was eye-catching among the crowd. Level 50, secret silver set equipment was incredibly rare in God's domain, not to mention level 50, fine gold set equipment. Even Martial Dragon and Shadowtooth gazed at Miracle Dragon's Hellfire set in envy. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had yet to secure a complete level 50 fine gold set equipment. Miracle's prowess was obvious upon these players' arrival. Gentle Snow and the other who had stayed behind to defend the cliff tower felt a significant pressure, although the tower increased their basic attributes and reduced incoming damage by 30%. They were at an overwhelming numerical disadvantage. They were about to face so many more enemies than they had in the previous ambush. Suddenly, Shifeng appeared in the top of the tower with space movement. As Spatial Gate was still on cooldown, he couldn't transport other players to or from the cliff tower. Not only had his return calmed Zero Wing's nervous members, but it had also caused a stir among Nine Dragons Emperor's troops. Yifeng, you dare to stand before me again? You might have gotten away last time, but you won't be so lucky again. Nine Dragons Emperor bellowed when he saw Shifeng in the top of the tower. He then commanded, "Everyone attack." Hearing the order, all 400-plus team members charged for the ancient tower. Occupying a tower was simple. As long as none of the original occupants were within 100 yards of the tower, control would fall to whichever team was in range. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor's team didn't need to break into the tower. They just needed to eliminate Shifeng and the other players from Zero Wing in the seconds before both sides clashed. Shifeng switched the aura of space to the aura of illusion. He also equipped the Thunder Emblem. Suddenly, Nine Dragons Emperor and the others felt an indescribable pressure weigh down on them before their basic attributes began to decrease rapidly. Very quickly, their attributes fell from 100% to 85%. The abrupt change confused Nine Dragons Emperor and his people. Kill them. Annihilate them all. Shifeng commanded as the enemy's attributes fell. As long as the aura of illusion was active, the ability would reduce all enemies' basic attributes by 40% within a 200-yard radius. However, since players had some resistances to the effect, the decrease was limited. Fortunately, the Thunder Emblem also reduced nearby enemies' basic attributes. Only after combining the abilities was he able to reduce his enemy's basic attributes by 15%. Normally, this 15% reduction might not offer much of an advantage, but his team also had the Ancient Towers buff. The new difference between the two sides' attributes was the equivalent of his players using berserk skills against players without damage. Everyone move back, get 100 yards away from the tower. Nine Dragons Emperor urgently commanded through the team chat. His expression darkening when he realized the situation. This had effectively created a 50% difference between his team members' attributes and Zero Wing's. To make matters worse, his enemy already had a few players with monstrously high basic attributes. However, Nine Dragons Emperor's warning was too late, as the two sides had already slammed into each other on the battlefield. The difference between the two teams was immediately apparent. Aside from Martial Dragon, Shadowtooth, Undead, Bloodhand Yama, Nine Dragons Emperor, and Miracle Dragon, Zero Wing and Azura's experts quickly suppressed the enemy players. Even Cleansing Whistle, an expert who had yet to reach the Refinement Realm, could easily overwhelm a Refinement Realm expert of the same level. She could even hold her own against 3 Refinement Realm experts simultaneously. As for Refinement Realm experts like Lifeless Thorn, they easily killed enemy experts of the same caliber in 3 to 5 moves. Aqua Rose, Cola, and Alluring Summer, players who had completed their Tier 2 promotion, finished enemy players off in 2 moves. One move to break through the enemy's defenses, and a second to deal the finishing blow. It wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre at this point. Shifeng shifted his gaze to Nine Dragons Emperor's retreating figure. He jumped down from the tower and dashed towards the ranger. His actions almost immediately attracted Nine Dragons Emperor and his people's attention. Crap. He's trying to kill the pavilion master. Chapter 1502. A Momentary Strike. Chapter 1502. A Momentary Strike. When Shifeng joined the chaotic battlefield, he vanished, seeming as if he had never existed in the first place. The abrupt change made everyone on Nine Dragons Emperor's team nervous. Elementalists use flame orbs and ice walls around the pavilion master. Cursemancers cast dark thorns. Druids use quagmire. Do not let him near the pavilion master. Martial Dragon shouted when he realized Shifeng's intentions. Nine Dragons Emperor was the center of command and the team's absolute pillar. They could not afford to lose him. Fortunately, many of their experts guarded Nine Dragons Emperor. If they still allowed Shifeng to assassinate him, they would become the laughingstock of God's domain. In addition, this wasn't the first time he had seen Shifeng's void steps. Although the footwork technique was sophisticated and unpredictable, it wasn't impossible to counter. Generally, a concealment footwork technique like void steps would lose effect when its user received damage or altered their course, exposing themselves as long as they bombarded the area around Nine Dragons Emperor with weak but sustainable attacks. They could prevent Shifeng from approaching their pavilion master without being detected. The elementalists, cursemancers, and druids cast as martial dragon had instructed, covering the battlefield in AoE and control spells. Sure enough, Shifeng reappeared. However, the moment Shifeng reappeared, he shoved off of the ground and shot forward, transforming into a shadowy streak as he maneuvered around the bombardment of spells and made his way towards his target. Shifeng already wielded the strength and speed of a great lord of the same level. With the tower's buff, even a ranged expert would struggle to spot the swordsman's afterimages, much less land a spell or skill. When Shifeng was within 50 yards of Nine Dragons Emperor, numerous spears of darkness descended from the sky as if they had a life of their own. These spears of darkness thrust themselves at Shifeng's flying form while cutting off his path. Undead. Huh? Shifeng glanced at the elementalist in black robes, who controlled the spears of darkness. Faced with these accurate attacks, he was forced to retreat temporarily while he defended himself. As Shifeng retreated, a black-clad figure appeared behind him. Two streaks of light, one black and one silver, sliced at Shifeng's head and back simultaneously. Die. Shadowtooth smiled at Shifeng's sneak attack. Assassinate. As Shadowtooth launched his attacks, Martial Dragon fell from above, his greatsword swinging down on Shifeng's head and cutting off the man's chance of escaping. Upward indiscriminate slash. Broken mark. As the trio's attacks were about to land, the swordsman split into 11 identical copies. Divine steps. When the attack struck Shifeng's main body, it seemed as if they had hit air. All of their attacks lacked the feeling of encountering a physical object. After activating Divine Steps, Shifeng promptly switched positions with one of his doppelgangers and appeared beside Shadowtooth. He then brandished Killing Ray against the assassin. A streak of blue light, followed by 9 shadows, struck Shadowtooth, giving the assassin no time to react. Shadow Blade. At the moment of imminent peril, Shadowtooth activated Wind Steps, instantly nullifying the incoming attacks. At the same time, he thrust Magic Breaker at Shifeng's heart. However, when his weapon sunk into Shifeng's body, his expression twisted into something ugly. He knew he had failed to hit the swordsman's real body, just the doppelganger. Damn it. He tricked me. The moment Shadowtooth realized he had been tricked, he activated Vanish. Suddenly, a blue sword sliced across the assassin's previous position. But the only reaction Shifeng's attack had earned was a loud clang. Realizing his attack had failed, Shifeng tightened his grip on the abyssal blade and Killing Ray before brandishing his blades at his surroundings. One sword light after another cut the air around him, looking like a lotus flower in bloom. Tier 1 skill, Omni Slash. Before the sword lights could spread farther, Martial Dragon's greatsword transformed into a pillar of fire as the berserker swung at Shifeng. Tier 1 skill, Flaming Cross Slash. Since Shifeng was in the midst of activating a skill, the swordsman had revealed plenty of holes in his defense. He had no way of blocking Martial Dragon's flaming cross/boom. When Martial Dragon's flaming cross/ struck Shifeng, the ground beneath his feet cracked. Shifeng had forcefully stopped his Omni-Slash, using his two swords to block Martial Dragon's attack. What kind of insane reaction speed does he have? Martial Dragon frowned at the unharmed swordsman before him. His coordination with Shadowtooth and Undead was seamless. While he and Shadowtooth attacked Shifeng's main body, Undead bombarded the swordsman's 10 doppelgangers, preventing Shifeng from switching positions with any of his clones. The only thing Shifeng could do was block his flaming cross/. However, since Shifeng had been in the midst of activating a skill, he shouldn't have been able to react in time. Normally, when players prematurely deactivated a skill, they'd freeze for a brief moment, yet Shifeng had protected himself successfully. This was simply inconceivable. Moreover, Flaming Cross/ dealt both physical and fire-type damage. Even if one blocked the attack, they'd still receive a significant amount of damage. Yet Shifeng had not taken any damage. What Martial Dragon didn't know was that Shifeng's fire resistance was even higher than an ordinary player's after consuming an advanced fire resistance potion. The additional burn effect when blocking the skill was useless against Shifeng. While Martial Dragon momentarily marveled at Shifeng's performance, the sacred sword in Shifeng's hand sliced at the berserker with lightning speed. Martial Dragon instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash to block the attack. However, when Martial Dragon's greatsword met Killing Ray, the resulting impact threw him over a dozen yards, the berserker's HP decreasing by a huge chunk. For a moment, Martial Dragon had nearly lost his grip on Silver Snow. Martial Dragon and his companions had realized that their prey possessed heaven-defying attributes during their prior clash, and they understood that they should avoid facing the swordsman head-on as much as possible. When they saw Martial Dragon in such a state after blocking one of Shifeng's attacks, both Bloodhand Yama and Miracle Dragon wore heavy expressions. By the time they recovered their wits, Shifeng had activated Wind Blade, dashing straight for Nine Dragons Emperor. Since his Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, was still on cooldown, the only way he could kill Nine Dragons Emperor was to deal the final blow face-to-face. Yifeng, don't even think about getting near me, Nine Dragons Emperor bellowed. He then pulled several dark green arrows from his back and fired at Shifeng. Magic patterns decorated these dark green arrows, and before they had even been fired, faint arcs of electricity danced around them. These arrows were the product of the legacy skill, Magic Mark, which Nine Dragons Emperor had obtained after class changing into the hidden class Spellbreaker. The magic-marked arrows would enhance an attack by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 2. If used in tandem with a Tier 1 skill, he could exert the power of a Tier 2 skill. Nine Dragons Emperor had wanted to hide the fact that he had a hidden class, but he no longer had that option. In quick succession, Nine Dragons Emperor fired 9 magic-marked arrows. When the arrows left his bow, they transformed into arcs of lightning that flew towards Shifeng at the same time. Undead cast Ice Wall and Flame Barrage from a distance, hindering Shifeng's movement as much as possible. In response, Shifeng switched the Aura of Illusion to the Aura of Wind, skyrocketing his agility and attack speed. Instead of retreating, he ran towards the incoming spells and arrow sword's orbit. Neither Undead's Flame Barrage nor Nine Dragons Emperor's arrows could come close to Shifeng before they drowned in a galaxy of stars around the swordsman. Neither expert's attacks had dealt the slightest damage. In the end, Nine Dragons Emperor could only watch as Shifeng approached. Despite Nine Dragons Emperor's continuous retreat, the distance between him and Shifeng did not decrease. An unprecedented fear tore at Nine Dragons Emperor's heart. When he realized that he was almost out of the ancient tower's 100-yard range, he revealed an excited expression. Once Shifeng was out of range of the tower's buff, the swordsman would have a much harder time killing him. But the moment Nine Dragons Emperor stepped out of the tower's buff radius, Shifeng, who was less than 20 yards from him, received a sudden boost to his movement speed. Gale domain. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared before Nine Dragons Emperor. The Pavilion Master felt as if time had frozen as he watched the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray cut down his body. Flame burst. Nine Dragons Emperor then felt burning pain devour his body before his vision darkened, and his consciousness separated from the world. All the players outside of Thunder Island saw was Shifeng pass by Nine Dragons Emperor. In the next moment, Nine Dragons Emperor transformed into a pile of smoldering ash topped with a piece of equipment. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned into silence. They even forgot the fight around them as they stood there in shock. Nobody would have imagined that, despite so many expert guards, Shifeng would take Nine Dragons Emperor's life in an instant. Chapter 1503, Shocking Thunder Island. Chapter 1503, Shocking Thunder Island. After Nine Dragons Emperor died, everyone turned towards Shifeng with blank looks. Everything had happened too quickly. Only a few short seconds had passed between the moment Shifeng began his charge to the moment Nine Dragons Emperor had died. Shifeng's speed when he had landed the killing blow had been particularly ridiculous. Before any of them had even noticed, Shifeng had already moved past Nine Dragons Emperor, taking the ranger's life. Yifeng. Martial Dragon stared at Nine Dragons Emperor's ashes in a daze. Although he had considered the possibility of Shifeng killing Nine Dragons Emperor, he had never thought that the swordsman would achieve the feat so quickly. Just seconds after Shifeng had broken past his blockade, he had taken the Pavilion Master's life. Even undead had failed to save their leader. Marshal, the Pavilion Master is dead. We are no match for Zero Wing while we're within the tower's range. We need to retreat. Shadowtooth shouted when he noticed that Martial Dragon hadn't moved. Now that Nine Dragons Emperor was dead, the team had fallen into chaos. Even if he and Martial Dragon took command of the battle, the outcome wouldn't be in their favor with Zero Wing's absolute advantage in attributes. Furthermore, Shifeng was still alive. Shadowtooth didn't think any of them had the power to contend with the swordsman while in range of the ancient tower. Everyone, split up and retreat. We'll regroup at the forest tower. Martial Dragon shouted as he shot Shifeng, who had turned towards him, a glare. Despite the fact that the man wasn't particularly muscular or tall, he felt as if he were looking at a giant. When Martial Dragon recalled Shifeng's last attack, he felt stifled. That final attack had been so fast that he hadn't had time to react. If he had been on the receiving end of that attack, he doubted that he would have fared any better than Nine Dragons Emperor. In the end, he too would have died when Martial Dragon gave the command. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and Miracles members made a hasty and disorderly retreat, making it difficult for Zero Wing's members to kill them. Don't even think of escaping that easily. However, Shifeng refused to let such a profitable opportunity get away. After picking up the level 45 Dark Gold belt Nine Dragons Emperor had dropped, he dashed towards the retreating crowd. Rather than going after Domain Realm experts like Martial Dragon and Shadowtooth, he opted for the Refinement Realm experts. After all, it was far easier and less time-consuming to kill Refinement Realm experts. The Refinement Realm experts practically died as he reached them by the time Martial Dragon and the others had made it out of the tower's 100-yard radius. Shifeng had killed another dozen or so players as Martial Dragon, and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. A pillar of fire descended from the sky. At the same time, the ground beneath their feet froze solid. A short distance away, a massive tidal wave surged forward, devouring another group of retreating Heavenly Dragon Pavilion members. The devastation looked as if Armageddon had begun. These attacks were the result of none other than Zhao Yueru's Frostflame Hell and Aqua Rose's Annihilation Torrent. In seconds, another 100-plus players had died, reducing the 200-plus players that managed to escape the ancient tower's range by half. Zero Wing. Martial Dragon's heart bled when he saw how few of his teammates remained alive. The damage they had suffered from the assault was simply too massive. Thunder Island didn't have a special death penalty. Players suffered the same fate when they died in the field. Hence, any players that were killed would lose one level and a piece of equipment. Meanwhile, every player the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had dispatched was an expert. Every piece of equipment they lost would be extremely difficult to replace. And when these players resurrected, they would suffer a significant drop in their combat power. Meanwhile, as the battle ended, the various superpowers on Thunder Island received news of its outcome. What did you say? Zero Wing defeated an army of over 400 with only 100 players? Impossible. How did they manage it? Attribute suppression. Zero Wing has such an ability. For a time, the news of Nine Dragons Emperor's defeat stunned the various superpowers. Not only had he died as everyone had watched, But the army he had led to reclaim the tower had also suffered grievous losses, losing 3/4 of their forces. In contrast, Zero Wing had only lost around 10 or so players. None of the various superpowers could believe it was true. They were fully aware of the ancient tower's abilities. Although the towers could enhance defending players' combat power, the effect wasn't overwhelming enough to help the outnumbered defenders achieve a one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, the name Yifeng spread across Thunder Island despite multiple domain realm experts standing in his way. This man had single-handedly slain 9 dragons emperor. No one had ever achieved this kind of battle record before. Although the result was due to the ancient tower's buff, that didn't make it any less terrifying. The various superpowers began to treat Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing with caution. Normally, they could use certain tools to deal with attribute suppression, but Thunder Island didn't allow the use of tools. Although the suppression only reduced attributes by 15%, it was more than enough to make the various superpowers pay attention. Beyond that, Shifeng had a skill like Spatial Gate, allowing him to transport a massive number of players across long distances. This was a serious threat to the other competing guilds. If they lost the ancient tower's buff, raiding the monster encampments would be impossible for a time. The various superpowers were forced to strengthen their tower's defenses due to Zero Wing's presence. Now they stationed at least 60 to 70 players in each tower as a precaution. This turn of events dumbfounded the uninvolved spectators outside of Thunder Island. Nobody could have imagined that an inconspicuous guild like Zero Wing could make the various superpowers nervous. No one would ever believe this. Even Phoenix Rain, Zero Wing's collaborator, had mixed emotions over the matter. She had never thought that Shifeng's borderline insane plan would succeed. Damn it! Damn it! Zero Wing! I won't let you all get away with this. 9 Dragons Emperor, who had just resurrected, bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the forest he was currently in. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion members were scared into silence. He had spent so much money and resources to hire both the Flower of Seven Sins and Blood Paradise to crush Phoenix Rain. Yet all of his efforts were for nothing at this point. Even capturing another ancient tower would be incredibly difficult. Not to mention capturing a monster encampment. This was the first time he had suffered so much humiliation. Good. Very good. Since you won't let me have my way, I won't let you claim a single encampment, either. After 9 Dragons Emperor finished venting his rage, he growled, "Send someone to keep an eye on their 3 towers. If they try to raid an encampment, we'll attack their towers. I refuse to believe they can afford to keep so many people at the towers at all times." Understood. Martial Dragon's eyes shone with realization upon hearing 9 Dragons Emperor's order. Of Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing wished to capture a monster encampment, they needed all 3 ancient towers under their control. And to capture a monster encampment, they'd have to dispatch at least 130 players. However, Phoenix Rain's team only had 220 players. If they dispatched 120 players to a monster encampment, and left 100 players to defend the towers, 9 Dragons Emperor's team would have the opportunity it needed to steal back the towers. Even if Shifeng had a teleportation skill, his team could never defend all 3 towers against the full force of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's team, unless they gave up on capturing an encampment. If Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing failed to capture an encampment, neither Phoenix Rain nor 9 Dragons Emperor would have an advantage for the Great Pavilion Master's position. Saying so, Martial Dragon sent his subordinates to survey the 3 towers under Phoenix Rain's control. At the same time, he had his team prepare to raid the towers at a moment's notice. Big Brother Yifeng must have angered 9 Dragons Emperor beyond reason. He actually has the nerve to do something so shameless. When Blue Phoenix read the report she received from her subordinates, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time she had seen anyone push 9 Dragons Emperor to this point. He had never even reacted so insanely when facing down other superpowers. Phoenix Rain, who stood beside Blue Phoenix, felt a headache brew over the matter, with 9 Dragons Emperor keeping a close eye on them. They didn't have the manpower to guard the towers and raid any encampments. She had to admit that sometimes having more manpower was a good thing. Even when one wasn't a match for their opponent, they could afford to employ such shameless tactics to limit their opponent's options. Guild leader, things will be troublesome if this continues. If we keep wasting time with 9 Dragons Emperor, we'll waste this trip to Thunder Island. Aqua Rose said, frowning as she looked at the arrangement of 9 Dragons Emperor's forces. It isn't going to be easy. Shifeng didn't have any helpful ideas either. Right. What's the situation on Blackie's end? They've already completed their promotions and are dealing with the Tier 2 promotion procedures in White River City. Aqua Rose said they've succeeded? Shifeng grinned. He then said, tell them to form a team of 49 players and gather in Ocean Viewing Town immediately. I'll head out to fetch them. He had yet to use the Thunder Emblem's available slots, so he could easily bring another 50 people to the island. Chapter 1504, Unfathomable Zero Wing. Chapter 1504, Unfathomable Zero Wing. Have them come over? Shifeng's decision excited Aqua Rose. After all, Blackie and the others were now Tier 2 players. They'd be powerful reinforcements on Thunder Island. However, she quickly realized the problem and commented, Guild leader, they'll need entry slots to enter Thunder Island. Moreover, with how much time we have left, I'm afraid it'll be too late to do anything by the time they arrive. Even if they had the available slots, it took a considerable amount of time to travel from Ocean Viewing Town to Thunder Island. Even if they used the one-horn sailboat, the contest would likely be over by the time Blackie and the other arrived. Relax. I still have a few available slots, and we can use the spatial gate to make the trip. Although it will take some time to get here, the contest has just begun. If we hurry, we should have enough time, Shifeng said, smiling wonderful. If Blackie and the others can make it, they'll definitely be a great help. We'll even surprise the other superpowers. Aqua Rose was ecstatic. She could already imagine what would happen once Blackie and the others arrived. Hurriedly, she contacted Blackie's group, telling them to set aside their registration at the Adventurers Association for now, and make their way to Ocean Viewing Town. Meanwhile, Shifeng called up his system interface and chose to leave the island. As Thunder Island prevented the use of tools, he could only use a return scroll after he left. When Shifeng left the ancient tower, 9 Dragons Emperor's subordinates, who kept an eye over the situation around Phoenix Rain's 3 ancient towers, noticed his disappearance. Pavilion Master, I just received a report stating that Yifeng suddenly vanished from the cliff tower. Blood Dragon reported vanished. Did you know where he went? 9 Dragons Emperor demanded as he thought about Shifeng's teleportation skill. Martial Dragon, Blood Dragon, and Shadowtooth oversaw the 3 towers' surveillance. Among the 3 towers, Blood Dragon kept watch over the cliff tower, which Zero Wing occupied. It was also the tower 9 Dragons Emperor wanted back the most. 9 Dragons Emperor had to admit that Shifeng's teleportation skill was heaven-defying. The skill allowed him to transport reinforcements and ambush his enemies at a moment's notice. It was also how the man had forced him into such a passive state. If he moved recklessly, Shifeng could ambush and steal his final tower, at which point he would lose all hope in this competition. No, Blood Dragon said, shaking his head. But from the reports we've received from our spies in Phoenix Rain's team, it doesn't seem like they are executing any sort of operation. Moreover, Phoenix Rain is struggling over her plan to capture a monster encampment. Since he is acting by himself, ignore him. We just need to keep track of their team's movements. 9 Dragons Emperor instructed. At the end of the day, they were on Thunder Island. Shifeng could never raid a monster encampment by himself as long as they kept an eye on the 3 ancient towers. The swordsman's independent actions wouldn't change the result. Pavilion Master, we've just received a reply from Miracle. They've agreed to merge teams and share their tower buff, but they want half of the temporary teleportation arrays we get from the encampments. Blood Dragon reported. That greedy old fox. He dares to ask for such a high price. 9 Dragons Emperor frowned slightly. Each monster encampment on Thunder Island only provided 2 temporary teleportation arrays. He just wanted to borrow Miracle's tower buff. Yet the other guild wanted half of the slots he obtained. Then, do we? Blood Dragon also felt powerless about the situation. However, it was 9 Dragons Emperor's decision to make. Had they known they would struggle this much, they would have prioritized capturing an encampment before picking a fight with Phoenix Rain. Fine. Agree to their conditions. As the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master gave the order, he felt as if he had aged by several years with their team's current prowess. Capturing another ancient tower was impossible. Unfortunately, capturing a monster encampment with only one tower was also impossible. They'd only have a chance in this contest if they could merge with Miracle's team. That way, they could dispatch some players to raid an encampment while maintaining their surveillance on Phoenix Rain's towers. Otherwise, he'd have to continue wasting time with the Phoenix Pavilion Master, although doing so would earn him the same result as Phoenix Rain in this contest. She had Zero Wings' help. She could definitely obtain a large collection of Thunder Passes for the next contest. Competing with Phoenix Rain would become far more difficult, hence, he needed to secure at least one encampment and gain as much advantage as he could over the other Pavilion Master. Ensure that he'd have some options in the next contest for Thunder Island. Understood. I'll lead a team and integrate with theirs. Blood Dragon left the ancient tower and led his team to one of Miracle's towers. As time passed, the various superpowers began to raid their first monster encampment. There were far fewer encampments on Thunder Island than ancient towers. Only 17 monster encampments were available. Yet there were more than 6 superpowers participating in the contest. Needless to say, every superpower was trying to capture as many monster encampments as possible to achieve a higher rank in the contest. The competition for these encampments was intense. Fortunately, the monster encampments were not that easy to raid, and not all of them were equal. The weaker encampments were only guarded by one specialized Grand Lord and a few ordinary Grand Lords. Meanwhile, archaic species guarded the stronger encampments. Although the tower buffs helped weaken the boss's defense and magic resistance, it did not do anything about their basic attributes and skills. Without tools, even the superpower's peak experts would find dealing with Grand Lord ranked archaic species difficult. These teams even risked team wipes. Hence, all of the participants were extremely careful when they took action. Big Sis Rain. This is bad. Nine Dragons Emperor has just merged with Miracle's team. He has led a team of 120 experts to an encampment. What should we do? Blue Phoenix reported anxiously. What about the players keeping an eye on us? Phoenix Rain asked somberly. Now that he has Miracle's help, he has spared 230 people to watch our towers. 100 of those players are watching this tower, while the remaining 130 are scouting the cliff tower. They'll likely attack if they notice the slightest movement on our side, Blue Phoenix said in frustration. If they wanted to raid an encampment, they'd have to dispatch at least 100 players. Otherwise, they'd have almost no chance of succeeding. However, if they dispatch 100 players, they'd only have 120 players to defend the towers. Trying to defend all 3 towers with so few people would be incredibly difficult. If Miracle sent reinforcements to help Nine Dragons Emperor's surveillance teams, he might succeed in recapturing at least one of their towers. With only 2 towers, they could never capture a monster encampment with 100 players. Phoenix Rain could not help her frown. She hadn't expected Nine Dragons Emperor to resort to a merger. The other superpowers had already begun their raids. As more time passed, the struggle for the monster encampments would grow viciously intense. If her side remained idle, her chances would drastically decrease once the other teams raided their second encampment. After a moment of silence, Phoenix Rain contacted Shifeng. Nine Dragons Emperor has merged with Miracle's team and begun to raid a monster encampment. At this rate, our chances of success will plummet as time passes. Should we try to negotiate with the Sacred Temple or battle wolves again? Nine Dragons Emperor sure is moving quickly. However, it's too soon to consider an alliance, Shifeng said, smiling calmly. But if we continue to drag our feet, it will become far more difficult to capture an encampment. Phoenix Rain understood Shifeng's perspective. If they contacted the Sacred Temple and battle wolves now, they'd be at a disadvantage in the negotiations. But if they failed to obtain a single temporary teleportation array, their development in the Sea of Death would slow to a crawl. Even the advantage of their 2 sailboats would be limited against their competition. Since that's the case, let's prepare to raid an encampment, Shifeng said. Weary raiding one now. Phoenix Rain's eyes shone with excitement. Do you have a plan to deal with Nine Dragons Emperor's team? No, I don't, Shifeng said, shaking his head. But it shouldn't be a problem if we increase our manpower? Phoenix Rain didn't know how to respond. Naturally, she wanted to increase her team's manpower, but they needed thunder passes to do so. Was she just supposed to magically summon more allies? Leave the manpower issue to me. First, send 20 of your people to the cliff tower, Shifeng said, smiling as he brushed off the contemptuous look Phoenix Rain gave him. Do you really have a way to bring in more people? Phoenix Rain asked, surprised. Judging by her companion's serious expression, she knew Shifeng's claim hadn't been a joke. But I need some time to do so, Shifeng said, nodding. He had already met up with Blackie and the others. They just had to make their way to Thunder Island. All right, I'll send them people to the tower right away. Although Phoenix Rain was excited, she felt as if she were looking at a stranger as she watched Shifeng on the screen. Or rather, Zero Wing as a whole felt foreign. A few months ago, Zero Wing had been nothing more than a fledgling guild that had only begun to flourish. Yet now the guild could accomplish feats that were even beyond her capabilities. It was incredible. Chapter 1505. Arrival of Powerful Reinforcements. Chapter 1505. Arrival of Powerful Reinforcements. Thunder Island Orc Encampment. Level 55 and above armored orcs constantly patrolled the encampment, each wielding a spear with a bow slung over their shoulder. There were also 4 orcs on lookout in each of the dozens of watchtowers, who also manned the affixed ballistas, ready to assist the patrols at a moment's notice. Marshal, you and your group will destroy that watchtower. Everyone else, spread out. Don't stand too close to each other. Be careful not to get dragged into the ballista's AoEs. Nine Dragons Emperor commanded as he watched the ballistas fire at his team. The orcs guarding the encampment had ridiculously high basic attributes and combat standards. Even a patrol squad could pull his 120-man team into a bitter battle. The watchtower's cover fire was even more of a pain. The ballista's fire would kill any player it struck instantly, even MTs with activated life-saving skills to succeed. The team would have to avoid the ballista attacks at all times. Despite starting this raid over an hour ago, they had yet to clear out the orcs in the perimeter pavilion. Master, Phoenix Rain has dispatched 20 players to the cliff tower. By the looks of it, they seem to be planning something. Should we put some pressure on her team? Blood Dragon reported. They were finally making a move? Nine Dragons Emperor sneered. What's the situation at the cliff tower? Raiding the monster encampment was already more difficult than he had expected. Even after merging with Miracle's team, and armed with 5 stacks of the tower buff, they still struggled. Needless to say, Phoenix Rain's team, which only controlled 3 towers, would have an even harder time with the encampments. If Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had dispatched a 100-man team to raid an encampment, he could ambush towers. Moreover, Miracle had offered to send reinforcements if he attempted to steal her towers. With this development, he might be able to take all 3 towers for himself, rendering all of Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's effort useless. There doesn't seem to be any movement at the cliff tower so far. However, there is something strange, Blood Dragon said. Based on our spies' reports, Zero Wing seems to have found a way to bring in reinforcements. But even now, we don't know which superpower has agreed to cooperate with their team. Reinforcements? Nine Dragons Emperor sneered. So what if they found reinforcements? If they try to raid an encampment, we'll ignore the towers and attack their raid team instead. I want to see how they plan to secure a monster encampment with dead players. Tell our scouts to continue watching them for now. Report back if anyone moves. It was incredibly risky to attack an ancient tower. This was especially true if Phoenix Rain's team had truly found reinforcements. However, ambushing a raid team outside of the tower's range would be easy without the tower's attribute buff. Taking out Phoenix Rain's team would be a piece of cake. Even if he failed to annihilate Phoenix Rain's raid team, getting rid of a few dozen players would be more than enough to destroy Phoenix Rain's chances of securing a monster encampment. Understood. Blood Dragon couldn't help his grin when he heard this. In fact, he even hoped that Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had found reinforcements. This way, they could proudly defeat Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's team, and restore their lost reputation. As the various superpowers frantically raided monster encampments, Phoenix Rain's anxiety grew as she waited for the reinforcements. Shifeng had mentioned the other superpowers were also watching the situation carefully. They hadn't expected Nine Dragons Emperor to be so ruthless. Phoenix Rain is finished. Not only did Nine Dragons Emperor deal a heavy blow to her team, but he's also limited her options of taking action. She'll likely fail to claim a single encampment. But the situation is strange. I never thought that Miracle would be willing to help Nine Dragons Emperor. What did Phoenix Rain do to provoke the guild? Don't you know? Phoenix Rain didn't provoke Miracle, but Zero Wing did. Remember the Dark Arena some time ago? Miracle's battle team suffered a miserable defeat at Zero Wing's hands. I'm sure that the guild wants to teach Zero Wing a lesson and restore its reputation. Phoenix Rain sure is unlucky. If not for her cooperation with Zero Wing, she might have had a chance to secure a monster encampment. Now that Miracle is helping Nine Dragons Emperor, she has lost all hope. I know, right? The various superpowers express their sympathy for Phoenix Rain. With the woman's tenacity, she should have been able to claim at least one encampment, but due to Zero Wing, Firmament had stabbed her in the back, and Nine Dragons Emperor allied with Miracle. The events gave the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master an overwhelming advantage. Big Sis Rain. I've just received a report stating that the Sacred Temple, Battle Wolves, Miracle, King's Return, and Nine Heavens Pavilion have captured their first monster encampments, and are preparing to raid their second. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late to do anything, Blue Phoenix said anxiously. Based on the information they had gathered, the monster encampments were far more challenging than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, the contest was nearly half over. If they didn't take action soon, with only 3 ancient towers under their control, they might not have enough time to capture a monster encampment. Even Nine Dragons Emperor had begun his fight with the final guardian boss in his first encampment. I understand, but we don't have the power to make a move before the reinforcements arrive, Phoenix Rain said, sighing helplessly. Nine Dragons Emperor had a huge numerical advantage, and he was even willing to give up some of his manpower to station teams on standby to steal their towers. If they tried to raid a monster encampment, she had no doubt that Nine Dragons Emperor would attack without hesitation. Thinking up to this point, Phoenix Rain contacted Shifeng once more. Team leader Yi Feng. What is the situation? Phoenix Rain asked. Quite a few guilds have begun to raid their second encampment. We're almost there, Shifeng said, chuckling when he noticed Phoenix Rain's anxiety. Give me another 10 minutes and we'll have 49 more players. 49. At first, Phoenix Rain celebrated the news of Shifeng's return, but her joy faded after hearing Shifeng's final statements. Although he was returning with quite a few players, an additional 49 team members wouldn't change their situation. Even with these 49 players, there was still a massive gap between her manpower and Nine Dragon Emperor's. Relax. The people with me are quite powerful, Shifeng assured Phoenix Rain. I'll leave it to you then. Although Shifeng had tried to reassure her, Phoenix Rain didn't have much hope for Shifeng's plan, but she was resigned to see it through. If they failed, she'd have no choice but to grit her teeth and negotiate with either the Sacred Temple or Battle Wolves. After Shifeng disconnected the call, Blackie snickered and said, Guild leader, she doesn't seem to have much confidence in you. That's normal. After all, our current situation is problematic, Shifeng said nonchalantly. When we arrive, make sure you give it your all. Rest assured, guild leader. Not even capturing 2 or 3 encampments will be a problem, let alone the first. Shadow Sword confidently declared after entering the legacy space. Shadow Sword had pushed through numerous trials and finally reached the refinement realm. He was also a tier 2 player now. He itched to display his newfound prowess. Fire Dance, Turtle Dove, Yi Wumian, Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Rampant Blade, Minor Wind, and Zero Wing's other core members couldn't help but laugh as the team chatted merrily. The one-horned sailboat finally reached the edge of Thunder Island. The one-horned sailboat's reappearance shocked the surrounding players, but Shifeng ignored the stares as he stored the sailboat and used the Thunder emblem to teleport the team to Thunder Island. Chapter 1506, 16 Tier 2 Players. Chapter 1506, 16 Tier 2 Players. What's going on? People can still enter Thunder Island. Doesn't that sailboat look like Zero Wings? When the spectating players around Thunder Island saw Shifeng and his team suddenly disappear, They erupted into conversation. None of them had thought that Zero Wing would have yet another trump card at this stage of the contest. The various superpowers scouts outside of the island reported the incident immediately. 9 Dragons Emperor's scouts, in particular, had recorded the entire process and sent their commander the video pavilion master. By the looks of it, Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing planned to capture a monster encampment. Should we notify Miracle and have them send some reinforcements? Blood Dragon asked 50 people. 9 Dragons Emperor sneered as he watched the recording. It seems Zero Wing has quite the means to bring in another 50 people at this point. Unfortunately, the contest's duration is already half over. What can they possibly accomplish with just 50 people? Let's not contact Miracle lest we scare Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing into inaction. We can make our move once they leave the towers. Just keep an eye on those 50 players. Understood. Blood Dragon disconnected the call and reorganized his scouts to look out for the newcomers' locations. Meanwhile, inside a forest of stone on Thunder Island, Shifeng led Blackie and the others to the cliff tower. This is Thunder Island? There are a lot of experts, Fire Dance, who wore crimson leather armor, stated as she observed her surroundings. From her position, she could sense quite a few assassins hidden around the area. In the past, she might not have discovered the assassins, but after her Tier 2 promotion, both her physique and her senses had improved significantly. Without much effort, she could now get a clear idea of her environment. Guild leader, should I go and deal with them? No need. They're merely the other superpower scouts. Even if we deal with them, the scouts outside of the island will report our actions, Shifeng said, shaking his head. At the same time, he shot Fire Dance a surprised look. Although it had been some time since he had last seen her, he hadn't expected her senses to be so acute. The closest scout he could detect was over 40 yards away, and every one of these players was an expert in the art of concealment. Moreover, he only barely sensed these scouts due to his extraordinarily high basic attributes. Although Fire Dance possessed the fragmented legendary rank 1000 transformations, her attributes were quite lower than his by the looks of it. Fire Dance had also replaced quite a few pieces of her equipment since they had last met. Although she had hidden their glow effects, Shifeng could tell, with his bounty of experience, that these new pieces were all dark gold rank or higher. However, Shifeng didn't give the matter much thought. The stronger Fire Dance became, the more she benefited the guild's development. After running for roughly 20 minutes, Shifeng's group reached the Cliff Tower. Guild leader, you're finally back. Can we move out now? Aqua Rose asked, smiling when she saw her guildmates. Among the 49 players Shifeng had brought with him, 12 were Tier 2 players. Including Shifeng, Cola, Alluring Summer, and herself, they had a total of 16 Tier 2 players on the island now. With such a powerful team, they could even challenge mythic field bosses if they had a strong enough magic array. Rearrange a new team of 50. We'll set out in 10 minutes. Shifeng nodded. He had wasted a lot of time to transport Fire Dance and the others to the island. As a result, he had sacrificed a lot of opportunities for the other participating teams. If he did not hurry, claiming a monster encampment would become far more difficult. Okay, leave it to me. Aqua Rose immediately began to select players for the new team. 50 people? Guild leader, is that really enough? Gentle Snow asked curiously. At this point, the situations in the monster encampments were no longer secret. Trying to capture an encampment with only 50 players, and the support of 3 ancient towers was aiming for the impossible. Relax. We're pretty strong. Shifeng chuckled. Could they all have? Gentle Snow suddenly considered a possibility. In response, Shifeng gave a silent nod. Immediately, Gentle Snow found herself both shocked and excited. She had already witnessed the prowess of a Tier 2 player, though Aqua Rose, Cola, and Alluring Summer, even absolute experts like Bloodhand Yama and Shadowtooth, could only rely on their techniques in combat, avoiding a head-on clash as much as possible. Just thinking about a group of Tier 2 players made her shiver. Very quickly, Aqua Rose organized a 50-man team. Aside from Zero Wing's core members like Fire Dance, Aqua Rose had included Lifeless Thorn and his companions. Meanwhile, aside from Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and a few others with slightly lower levels, everyone was level 50 or above. If the public learned of this force, Everyone would be terrified. Guild leader, we can move out when you're ready, Aqua Rose stated. Phoenix Rain already sent us information on every monster encampment available on Thunder Island. She suggests that we go for Undead's encampment some distance south of us. None of the guilds have targeted that area yet, and even if Nine Dragons Emperor sends his forces to harass us, his nearest team is 40 minutes away from the encampment. We should have plenty of time to react if he tries to pull something. No, we're not going there. Shifeng shook his head. We're not going there? But that's the closest monster encampment available. If we go elsewhere, we'll risk provoking the other superpowers. Multiple enemies might even attack at once. Aqua Rose tried to dissuade Shifeng. Isn't there a closer encampment? Shifeng asked as he pointed to a valley on the map. But that's the encampment Nine Dragons Emperor is raiding right now. He also has detached forces nearby, and Miracle's forces aren't far either. By the time we get there, they'll be prepared to surround us, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head as she looked at the orc encampment. Shifeng had indicated it's impolite not to reciprocate a gift. Since Nine Dragons Emperor has organized his men to keep us at bay for so long, why don't we give him a surprise? Besides, he's already cleared out the monsters in the encampment's perimeter. We can save a lot of effort if we take his encampment, Shifeng said this. Hearing Shifeng's plan, Aqua Rose looked at the man as if he had gone mad. In contrast, Fire Dance and her companion's eyes shone with excitement. Guild leader, let's march over. Shadow Sword was already more than eager to head out. No, we'll teleport directly there, Shifeng said as he activated Spatial Gate. Suddenly, a spatial tear opened inside the ancient tower. The spatial tear gradually widened into a perfect circle before the spatial gate stabilized. The teleportation coordinates were none other than the orc encampment before Zero Wing, and Azura's members entered the spatial gate. They could see the fight on the other side of the gate. Nine Dragons Emperor's team was engaged in a battle against a level 60 specialized Grand Lord and 2 level 60 Grand Lords. Dazzling fireworks illuminated the entire encampment. Let's head out. Saying so, Shifeng stepped through the spatial gate with his team close behind him. When they emerged on the other end, they caught the attention of Nine Dragons Emperor's Team Miracles members, who kept watch beside the encampment. Were stupefied to see Shifeng's people. None of them had expected Shifeng to take the initiative, turning around to harass Nine Dragons Emperor. Nine Dragons Emperor's subordinates and Miracles members surrounded the orc encampment. Coming here was simply suicidal. Initially, Nine Dragons Emperor stared at Shifeng in shock. However, he recovered in seconds and bellowed, "Yi Feng!" Chapter 1507. Seeking One's Own Destruction. Chapter 1507. Seeking One's Own Destruction. Shifeng's appearance didn't only stun Nine Dragons Emperor's team. The spectating players watching the orc encampment from outside of Thunder Island were stupefied as well. What? They sent 50 players to ambush an opponent? Just what is Yi Feng trying to do? They're crazy. They actually decided to ambush Nine Dragons Emperor under such circumstances. Are they not worried about annihilation? The monster encampments were a key factor in the contest for Thunder Island. While the various large guilds raided their encampments, they would take preventive measures to avoid leaving themselves open to attacks from other superpowers. Of course, Nine Dragons Emperor was no exception. Only Nine Dragons Emperor had left the guard duty to Miracle. Moreover, the players Nine Dragons Emperor had sent to keep an eye on Phoenix Rain's ancient towers weren't far from the encampment. They could join the main force in less than 10 minutes once Nine Dragons Emperor's forces gathered. Shifeng and the others would not be trapped even if they sprouted wings. Has Nine Dragons Emperor angered Yi Feng past the point of madness? Phoenix Rain was also stunned when she heard the news. Raiding a monster encampment with a 50-man team was already dangerous enough. Rather, it was impossible. Yet Shifeng went a step further and intended to steal Nine Dragons Emperor's encampment while he raided it. Sending players to ambush another team during the contest was incredibly foolish. When players left a monster encampment on Thunder Island, the monsters would give up their chase and return to the encampment. If players were ambushed by an enemy team, they could simply retreat from the encampment until they wiped out the attackers before resuming their raid. At worst, players would have to waste a little bit of time. However, if Shifeng and the others died, their team's overall combat power would plummet. Needless to say, this would affect their ability to raid monster encampments later on. Phoenix Rain couldn't fathom why Shifeng would do something so thankless. Before anyone could react to their arrival in the orc encampment, Shifeng gave the order to attack as one. Once we chase them out, Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian, prepare to tank the bosses. Understood. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, his team charged into the orc encampment, giving their enemies no time to shake off the boss's pavilion. Master, they're charging towards us. Should we give up on the bosses? Martial Dragon asked, wrath coloring his features as he watched Shifeng's people charge into the encampment. It had taken them a lot of effort to whittle down the 3 bosses to around 20% HP. If they gave up now, they would have to waste a lot more time to deal with the boss's retreat. We'll just fight them again. Recall our teams from Phoenix Rain's towers. While you're at it, tell Miracle's nearby players to gather to our location. Do not let any of these bastards get away. Although Nine Dragons Emperor was reluctant to give up, he knew that they couldn't deal with the bosses and Shifeng's team at once. However, although Nine Dragons Emperor had given the order to retreat, none of the 3 orc bosses intended to let his team get away so easily. As a result, Nine Dragons Emperor's team had no choice but to fight the bosses while fleeing from Shifeng's team. What fast reactions! Shifeng had never thought that Nine Dragons Emperor would be decisive enough to give up on the nearly dead bosses. It seems I have no other choice. Shifeng immediately used Wind Blade, leaving an afterimage behind as he advanced. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled a great distance away from Kola and the other MTs leading the charge. The orc encampment was massive. Even at top speed, it would take some time for a player to reach the encampment's perimeter from its core. Nine Dragons Emperor's team was also relatively close to an exit. By the time they caught up, the enemy team would have escaped just as Nine Dragons Emperor's team was about to leave the encampment. Shifeng caught up to the 3 orc bosses. Don't even think of getting away so easily. Shifeng activated the Aura of Fire's flame domain without hesitation. Suddenly, a crimson magic array covered the ground, enveloping Nine Dragons Emperor's entire team. Damn it. It's a large-scale destruction spell. Get out of the AoE. Upon seeing the magic array, Nine Dragons Emperor activated Air Vault, a Tier 1 skill for rangers. He leaped backward, instantly crossing 20 yards and escaping from the magic array. His experts also activated their life-saving skills to get out of the attack's range. However, Flame Domains was a large AoE. Despite all of these players being experts, some failed to get out of range in time, and the colossal pillar of fire that eventually rose turned some of these players into ash in just one move. Nine Dragons Emperor had lost 20 players. A dozen or so players had also died as they fled after a short moment. The difference between the team's numbers had shrunk. Shifeng. Nine Dragons Emperor ground his teeth in anger as he glared at Shifeng. After escaping the encampment, he fired one engraved arrow after another at the swordsman. Reacting quickly, Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit, striking the arrows down before they came within 5 yards of him. Suddenly, the 3 bosses burst out of Flame Domain's range, bloodlust filling their eyes as they turned towards Shifeng. Among them, the level 60, specialized Grand Lord ranked Orc Chief raised its battle axe and pounced on the swordsman as if he had predicted the reaction. Shifeng adjusted his footwork and effortlessly circled the descending battle axe, arriving before the Orc Chief and swinging Killing Ray Thundering Flash. Immediately, blue lightning snakes tore through the Orc Chief and 2 Orc generals, causing damages of around -20,000 to appear above their heads. Nine Dragons Emperor and his people were shocked to see the high damage. They had fought tooth and nail against the Orc bosses, fortunate to deal -6,000 damage even with their 5 stacks of the tower buff. Yet Shifeng, who only had 3, dealt over -20,000 with each hit. After executing Thundering Flash, Shifeng ignored the bosses, running back to his teammates. Crap. Pavilion Master, we aren't Yifeng's target. The 3 bosses are. When Martial Dragon saw Shifeng retreat, he realized that something was amiss on Thunder Island. If the team holding a boss's aggro left the battle, the boss would return to its non-combat state, resetting its HP and skills. But if another team intercepted the boss and stole its aggro, the boss wouldn't reset. The 3 orc bosses currently had 20% of their HP remaining. Zero Wings team could finish them off with much less effort if Zero Wings team took down the orc chief. The encampment would belong to them. Has this kid lost his mind? The corners of Bloodhand Yama's lips twitched when he saw Shifeng attack the 3 orc bosses. Even in the Flower of Seven Sins, he was known as a madman, but he had to admit that Shifeng was far crazier than he was. Although this was a good opportunity to steal the low HP bosses, doing so would mean that Shifeng had to deal with all 3 and 9 Dragons Emperor's team. Doing so was little more than seeking his own destruction. Shifeng simply wasn't taking them seriously. Yifeng, do you really think that this will play out like our last battle? Since you are so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Everyone charge. Eliminate them. 9 Dragons Emperor's face twitched with fury. The various spectators and Phoenix Rain were stunned. Shifeng was playing with fire. Only Zero Wings members remained calm. They stood in formation as they waited for their commander to kite the orc bosses and the enemy team, who brimmed with killing intent. Since everyone's in position, attack! Shifeng nonchalantly ordered as he glanced at the approaching bosses and 9 Dragons Emperor's players. Chapter 1508, Team Strength. Chapter 1508, Team Strength. Big Brother Yifeng isn't really going to fight the bosses, is he? Blue Phoenix muttered in disbelief as she watched the livestream. A subordinate had sent Shifeng's team only had 50 players. Yet they were about to face a level 60 specialized Grand Lord, 2 level 60 Grand Lords, and 9 Dragons Emperors. Remaining 80 players. The Zero Wing team stood in a monster encampment, not a captured ancient tower. They didn't have the basic attribute buffs. They had no hope of success. I don't know, but I don't think he's that foolish. He might have a plan in mind, Phoenix Rain said. She didn't understand what he was trying to do. Either Shifeng could have easily captured the undead encampment, yet he wanted to steal the orc encampment from 9 Dragons Emperor. Even if his team fended off 9 Dragons Emperor's remaining team while holding back the orc bosses, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master had plenty of reinforcements on the way. In around 10 minutes, another 300+ experts would reach the orc encampment. Meanwhile, in the orc encampment, after Shifeng gave the command, Zero Wings and Azura's members burst into action. Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian each took one of the 3 orc bosses, with Cola and Turtledove using the Tier 2 skill, Vengeful Judgment, and Yi Wumian using the Tier 2 skill, War Sanction. Pung, pung, pung. 3 heavy thumps echoed throughout the encampment. Stunned, the 3 bosses slid to an abrupt halt. At the same time, a damage of over -18,000 appeared above each of their heads. Among the 3 MTs, Cola dealt the most damage, inflicting over -20,000 damage as he stopped the specialized Grand Lord's pursuit of Shifeng. Amazing. Solitary 9 and Dark Madness could not help but gasp when they saw this. If it were up to them, they would likely need several moves to stop a level 60 Grand Lord. Yet Cola and the others had done so with a single attack, instantly dominating the boss's aggro. Moreover, all 3 MTs had accurately struck the boss's joints, enhancing their skills. Impact. The 3 orc bosses promptly turned towards the 3 MTs and brandished their weapons, the orc chief swinging its battle axe and the orc generals swinging their greatswords. Seeing this, the MT trio calmly raised their shields and received the incoming attacks. Boom. Loud clangs reverberated in the watching players' ears. Although Cola and the others were forced back by 2 or 3 steps, none of them showed any signs of stiffness as the 3 bosses' chain attacks continued. The MTs continued to slide backward, damages of over -10,000 appearing above their heads by the time the boss's chain attacks ended. The 3 MTs had lost around 40,000 HP each. This boss's strength is so high, Turtledove said as she released her shield for a second and shook her wrist, but contrary to her statement, she appeared relaxed. After her Tier 2 promotion, her HP had increased to over 65,000. Hence, -40,000 damage was within an acceptable range. Violet Cloud, who had been triple casting from the rear line, released her spells immediately. A healing light touched each of the 3 MTs, restoring over 10,000 HP. At the same time, a healing aura enveloped the players, restoring a little over 3,000 HP every 0.65 seconds for 10 seconds, following which, a faint, golden aura descended on every team member, increasing their maximum HP by 20% for 15 minutes. Immediately, Turtledove and Yi Wumian's HPs shot past 70,000, whereas Cola's exceeded 80,000. The buff also increased healing received by 30%. This move was none other than the Tier 2 spell, Holy Light, which Violet Cloud had learned after her Tier 2 promotion. After casting Holy Light, the team's survivability skyrocketed. However, that wasn't all. Afterward, Blackie used the Tier 2 spell Song of Darkness, increasing the team's damage by 20% and movement speed and attack speed by 30% for 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the battle with the 3 orc bosses became much easier. 9 Dragons Emperor and his experts, who rushed towards Zero Wings members, suddenly had a bad feeling. However, before they could figure out what had changed, Shifeng activated Thunder Domain and switched the aura of fire to the aura of illusion, reducing the enemy's basic attributes by 15%. Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade then charged into the incoming crowd, knocking multiple players in their path down. They spun, swinging their great swords in wide, horizontal slashes. Berserker's Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. Suddenly, 2 tornadoes rose amidst 9 Dragons Emperor's team, and every player caught within 18 yards of the 2 berserkers was sent flying as they lost over -10,000 HP per second. Blade Storm was similar to an AoE spell, so once it activated, Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade could move about freely. In addition, their movement speeds increased by 20% during the skill's 5-second duration. The 2 berserkers' assault caught 9 Dragons Emperor's team off guard. Aside from a few players that had escaped the blade storms, most of the team was caught in the attack, their HPs falling so quickly that their healers couldn't keep up. Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, Blackie, and Su Qianlu followed by bombarding 9 Dragons Emperor's team with Tier 2 spells. Although every player on 9 Dragons Emperor's team was an expert, Zero Wings casters were powerful and accurate. Plate armor classes might survive their attacks for some time, but cloth armor classes would die after 2 direct hits in seconds. 9 Dragons Emperor's formations were decimated, and only around 50 players remained. Now they barely had a numeric advantage over Shifeng's team. Just as 9 Dragons Emperor's team was about to retaliate, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow appeared beside their healers. Without so much as a sound, they thrust their gleaming daggers into the healers' backs, giving the experts no time to react. After killing their first targets, they promptly vanished and reappeared behind another nearby healer, repeating the process. Tier 2 skill, Phantom Walk. When activated, the skill allowed the user to execute 4 consecutive attacks, each carrying enough power to rival Absolute Strike, the strongest skill available to Tier 1 assassins. 8 of 9 Dragons Emperor's healers died on the spot. Although the 4 remaining healers tried to run, Fire Dance ran them down. After Fire Dance's promotion to Tier 2, her movement speed could rival Shifeng's. Ordinary players had no hope of keeping up with her. At most, they'd see the afterimages she'd leave behind. Don't get too cocky, Martial Dragon bellowed as he activated charge at Fire Dance. After appearing before the 4 healers, he brandished Silver Snow Indiscriminate Slash. Fire Dance simply smiled and casually brandished 1,000 transformations. She instantly cut down the dozen or so sword lights moving towards her. At the same time, Fire Dance activated 1,000 transformations Phantom skill, and 5 of her doppelgangers appeared beside her. 4 of these doppelgangers dashed at the 4 remaining healers as the last joined Fire Dance in a charge towards Martial Dragon. The doppelgangers possess 100% of Fire Dance's attributes. Although they couldn't attack, their speed was not affected in the slightest. In addition, the doppelgangers couldn't take damage. Hence, they easily crossed the dozen or so yards between them and the enemy players. When Fire Dance split into 6 identical copies, Martial Dragon was momentarily stunned. All 6 clones radiated similar auras and possessed the same attributes. Not even Martial Dragon could tell the real deal from the fake scram. Martial Dragon shouted as he executed Whirlwind Slash to repel the Fire Dance clones, but the assassin refused to give him the chance as she hacked at the Berserker's greatsword with 1,000 transformations. Tier 2 skill, Broken Shadow. Broken Shadow was the fastest Tier 2 skill for assassins. Before Martial Dragon's Silver Snow could build up momentum, 1,000 transformations abruptly stopped and repelled the weapon. The collision's impact forced Martial Dragon back 5 steps. He flashed his opponent a dumbfounded expression. Meanwhile, the 4 doppelgangers reached the last of the enemy healers. Although they tried to react, and their allied ranged players provided cover fire, the attacks were ineffective against the doppelgangers. After stopping Martial Dragon, Fire Dance swapped places with the 4 clones, devouring the healer's remaining HP with one strike after another. Each of her attacks dealt over -15,000 damage, -30,000 with a critical hit. She even triggered Critical Point, which had a 20% chance of triggering, killing the enemy healer instantly. Although Martial Dragon tried to intervene, Fire Dance simply switched positions with another doppelganger before the man could hit her. In the end, Martial Dragon had to watch helplessly as the 4 healers died. Chapter 1509, Steamrolling. Chapter 1509, Steamrolling. When the 9 Dragons Emperor's 4 last healers died, silence descended on the team. How has she become so strong? Shock overwhelmed Martial Dragon as he stared at the healers' fading bodies. He still had a relatively clear impression of Fire Dance, as he had fought her personally during the assault on Zero Wing's residence. She had been insignificant then, yet after some time, she had become powerful enough to suppress him. How does Zero Wing find so many experts? 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Fire Dance move across the battlefield unhindered. Although the fight had been brief, it had been enough time to realize that Martial Dragon was no match for the assassin in a head-on confrontation. The skill she had used was particularly troublesome. It was impossible to differentiate Fire Dance's doppelgangers from the real player, and attacks against the clones were ineffective. Yet the doppelgangers seemed more than capable of inflicting damage if they could not attack all 6 copies at the same time. Fire Dance would be practically invincible. However, Fire Dance's prowess wasn't the biggest issue. His team had just lost all of their healers. This had placed his team in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. In contrast, not only were Zero Wing's experts capable of dealing frightening amounts of damage, but they were also swift and nimble. Every one of 9 Dragons Emperor's team, not including Martial Dragon, Shadowtooth, Undead and Bloodhand Yama, were little more than living targets for Zero Wing. They couldn't even slow the enemy players for a few seconds. Dragon Pavilion Master, we can't let this continue. When will the reinforcements arrive? Undead asked as he attempted to keep Flying Shadow and Blackie at bay. Because of these 2 experts, he couldn't cast any of his large-scale destruction spells, which had long casting times. He was too preoccupied with dodging and defending himself with instantaneous spells. He was incredibly frustrated in terms of combat standards. He was leagues ahead of Flying Shadow and Blackie, but the 2 experts from Zero Wing were leaps and bounds above him in basic attributes and reaction speed. Now that the team's healers were dead, it was only a matter of time before Flying Shadow and Blackie whittled him down to nothing. Undead wasn't the only player eagerly awaiting the reinforcements. The rest of the team wanted to know when they'd arrive as well. Without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing annihilated their team. We retreat. 9 Dragons Emperor reluctantly shouted when he noticed that Zero Wing's team remained intact while he continued to lose members. Now, he didn't even have enough players to stop Zero Wing from stealing the orc bosses, not to mention defeating the enemy players. 9 Dragons Emperor couldn't figure out why there was such a massive difference between their teams. To make matters worse, Zero Wing had only sent around a dozen or so experts to fight his team, while the remaining 30+ players faced the 3 orc bosses. When the team heard 9 Dragons Emperor's command, its members began to retreat. Ha ha ha. Guild leader, we've scared them away. Blackie was delighted as he watched 9 Dragons Emperor's team flee. The members of 9 Dragons Emperor's team were no ordinary experts. Any one of them could easily rank among the top in a first-rate guild. Moreover, players like 9 Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. He had only ever been able to look up to such players, yet now he and a few of his teammates forced these apex experts to run with their tails between their legs. Guild leader, should we give chase? Unlike Blackie, Fire Dance was unfazed. In fact, a hint of dissatisfaction danced in her eyes. She'd prefer to eliminate these players, rather than watch them flee. No. Our goal is to take this encampment. If we take too long, their reinforcements will arrive, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then shifted his gaze to the orc bosses and ordered, "For now, prioritize the bosses. What if they come back?" Fire Dance asked as she watched Nine Dragons Emperor. Based on the ranger's expression, he wasn't happy about the retreat. He wouldn't just sit still and watch them claim the encampment. "If they come back, we'll wipe them out," Shifeng said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes now. Their team had far more Tier 2 players than in the previous battle. In addition, these players covered the three main roles: MT, DPS, and healers, following which, everyone turned towards the three orc bosses after a short but intense battle. Lifeless Thorn and his team barely dealt enough damage to stop the bosses from recovering HP. Although the bosses still had around 20% remaining, they still had over 100 million HP. Among them, the Orc Chief still had 130 million HP. And this was after including Thunder Domain's suppression. What? Nine Dragons Emperor was forced to retreat. Zero Wing is amazing. They actually pushed Nine Dragons Emperor back with a dozen or so players. Just how many more of these experts is Zero Wing hiding? The various spectating superpowers were shocked by Zero Wing's combat power. This situation also forced these superpowers, who had thus far paid little attention to the guild, to take Zero Wing seriously before this display. They could have afforded to ignore the fact that Zero Wing had an expert like Yifeng. After all, no guild could rely on a single player to grow stronger. This was especially true when raiding large-scale team dungeons. One player wasn't enough to clear these dungeons. But things had changed with the appearance of Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Cola, Yi Wumian, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Alluring Summer, and others. Big Sis Rain, he did it. Big Brother Yifeng actually did it. Blue Phoenix could not help but cry out when she saw Nine Dragons Emperor's team flee from the orc encampment. Zero Wing is a truly unfathomable guild. Phoenix Rain sighed as she watched Zero Wing's members raid the three orc bosses. She had to admit that the decision to ally with Zero Wing early on had been a wise one. Had she become the guild's enemy, she would have likely suffered the same fate as Nine Dragons Emperor. Meanwhile, outside the orc encampment, once Nine Dragons Emperor realized that Zero Wing's members had stopped their pursuit, rage and humiliation tore at his heart. If some super guild had decimated his team, he could have accepted it. But he couldn't accept losing to a guild like Zero Wing. The most infuriating part was that Zero Wing was using him as a stepping stone to build its fame. If he did not pay back this insult, how was he supposed to survive in the virtual gaming world in the future? Marshall, contact Miracle and have them send over a 100-man team. Nine Dragons Emperor commanded coldly. Tell our nearby teams to gather and block the encampment's entrances as well. I refused to let any of Zero Wing's members escape. The orc bosses still had over 20% of their HP remaining. It would take Zero Wing's 50-man team at least 20 minutes to defeat the bosses. Meanwhile, he could gather his reinforcements within 10 minutes. He refused to believe that Zero Wing could come out victorious if he attacked alongside 400-plus players while the enemy team was distracted with the three bosses. Understood. Martial Dragon sensed the dense killing intent radiating off Nine Dragons Emperor. Hurriedly, he contacted Miracle and requested the 100 players. While Nine Dragons Emperor called for more reinforcements, the battle between Shifeng's team and the orc bosses reached full swing. The orc chief's HP is below 20%. Cola, activate your life-saving skill. Shifeng shouted as he glanced at the orc chief and orc generals. Hearing Shifeng's warning, Cola activated Protection Blessing once its HP fell below 20%. The orc chief went berserk and tore off its armor. Its body enlarged slightly as its muscles bulged. Both the orc chief's attack speed and damage increased significantly. Pung, pung, pung. Following which, the orc chief brandished its battle axe at Cola, every attack forcing the MT back. Damages of over -20,000 appeared above the Guardian Knight's head one while the healers frantically healed Cola. Fortunately, Cola received just enough heals to keep his HP above 50%. What destructive power! Too bad you're not quite strong enough. Cola quipped as he took a look at his HP. He then smiled and launched his counterattack Tier 2 skill, Retaliating Sanction. Instantly, Cola's defense increased by 50%. In addition, any attack he received from the front had a 20% chance to trigger an automatic counterattack, a ranged holy attack, which carried 240% of Kola's strength, for the next 20 seconds due to the Orc Chief's rapid assault. Kola's one-handed sword repeatedly released dazzling beams of light that struck the boss, each dealing around minus 40,000 damage. Sherfong and the other DPS players weren't falling behind in their damage output, either due to Thunder Domain suppression, their normal attacks dealt over minus 10,000 damage, whereas their skills dealt around 30 or 40,000 each. The Orc Chief's HP fell visibly. It was obvious at a glance that Zero Wing's damage output was far higher than Nine Dragons Emperor's team 20%. 10%. When the Orc Chief fell to 1%, Sherfong activated Divine Providence and arrived before the boss. He followed up with Flame Burst and Dragon Breath. When the earth-shattering explosions ended, the Orc Chief roared in anguish as it collapsed and dropped a bunch of items. Chapter 1510. First Kill Reward. Chapter 1510. First Kill Reward. After the Orc Chief collapsed, Zero Wings members watched as their experience bars increased by a large margin before they had the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have defeated the Orc Chief with less than 100 players, rewarding 10 Thunder Island reputation and 500 Thunder Island contribution points. What an abundant reward. It's no wonder how the various superpowers secured such a massive advantage in the past. There were two important things on Thunder Island, both of which the various large guilds and players hungered after. The first was Thunder Island reputation, while the second was Thunder Island contribution points. A player's reputation determined their authority and status on Thunder Island. Like the Sea God's Temple, players could use contribution points to purchase unique items on Thunder Island, such as the Thunder Potion for players on the main continent. The Thunder Potion was utterly useless to players exploring the Sea of Death. However, it was a godly potion. The Thunder Potion did not provide additional basic attributes, but it did give players the power of Thunder buff. With this buff, not only could players deal 20% more damage to sea monsters or monsters on islands, but it was also a deterrent, causing monsters to avoid them and reducing their chances of encountering an ambush. The potion also weakened monsters' perception of players. When teams had recruited members to explore the Sea of Death in the past, they had almost never accepted players without Thunder Potions. There might not be many sea and island monsters in the Sea of Death's outer region, but the number of monsters increased exponentially in the inner region of the sea zone. If one weren't careful, they could be surrounded and killed. The Sea of Death's inner region also contained most of the opportunities and treasures in the sea zone. Hence, if players wanted to reap a bountiful harvest from the Sea of Death, they'd have no choice but to venture to its inner region. Meanwhile, not only could the Thunder Potion allow safer passage in the inner region, but it also increased players' combat power, which was why the potion was a must-have item at sea. Players could only purchase the Thunder Potion with Thunder Island's contribution points, but they were considerably difficult to earn. Generally, players could only obtain a small number of CPs from completing the island's local quests. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, there weren't many of these quests. Not everyone could get their hands on one. Players would only receive high-ranking quests once they reached a certain status on Thunder Island. These high-ranking quests awarded more CPs than the daily quests, each granting around 10 to 20 CPS. Meanwhile, each Thunder Potion cost 10 CPs, and each potion had a 10-hour duration. It also lacked a cooldown. Players could even consume 2 Thunder Potions at once, gaining 2 stacks of Power of Thunder, and increasing their damage by 30% while lowering their chances of being detected for 15 hours. Now, Zero Wings team members had obtained 500 CPs after killing an encampment's guardian boss. The 10 Thunder Island reputation points they had earned were also precious. After obtaining 100 reputation points, players could accept more daily quests and a few high-ranking, hidden quests, increasing the amount of reputation they could earn each day. Unfortunately, aside from Sherfong, the team members were likely more interested in the Orc Chief's loot than the system's rewards. However, no one dared to focus on the items since the 2 Orc generals were still alive. Though, after the Orc Chief died, Phoenix Rain's team officially took control of the Orc encampment. As proof of the team's successful occupation, A magic barrier enveloped the encampment after the main boss's death. The surrounding mana gathered inside the barrier, increasing the encampment's mana density as a result. The two orc generals' basic attributes plummeted. It was clear that the barrier was suppressing the orcs. At the same time, a teleportation channel also opened inside the encampment. Level 60 NPCs began to emerge from the channel. In total, 100 NPC guards had teleported to the encampment, 10 of them at Tier 2, and the rest were Tier 1. The first thing these NPCs did after their arrival was turn to attack the two orc generals. NPCs dealt far more damage than players. Needless to say, they finished off the orc generals in a brief moment. Meanwhile, every watching superpower on Thunder Island was dumbfounded by the battle's outcome. None of them had thought that Zero Wing would actually take down an encampment with only 50 players. In fact, Zero Wing's members had defeated the orc chief so quickly that the battle had ended before Nine Dragons Emperor's reinforcements had arrived. Big Sis Rain, Big Brother Yifeng really succeeded. We now have an encampment. Blue Phoenix cheered as she watched the orc encampment on the screen before her. Phoenix Rain couldn't help her building excitement, either a miracle. She had to admit that Shifeng was a miracle worker. With a small team of 50 players, he had defeated Nine Dragons Emperor's 120-man team, and occupied the orc encampment before the enemy reinforcements arrived. This spectacular feat would go down in Thunder Island's history. Now that Shifeng occupied the orc encampment, other players would have a very difficult time trying to steal it from him. Not only would the encampment's magic array suppress enemy players, but the defending players would also have the aid of the NPCs in battle. A few hundred players simply weren't enough to steal an encampment. They were almost guaranteed to hold an encampment throughout the contest. With a monster encampment, they would obtain 2 temporary teleportation arrays on Thunder Island. They would also qualify to compete with the other superpowers during the next contest. In addition, they now qualified to negotiate with super guilds like the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor's team and the players from Miracles stared at the magic barrier around the orc encampment in silence. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Martial Dragon asked. We retreat, Nine Dragons Emperor stated, clearly livid. For a moment, he even looked as if he would faint from anger. Shifeng had taken the orc encampment. He had spent hours clearing in 10 short minutes. He'd like nothing more than to eat Shifeng's heart raw. However, he knew that he couldn't take the encampment back even if he had 400+ players on his side. Aside from the fact that Shifeng could transport reinforcements to the encampment, the current 50 players in the barrier were a massive threat. Furthermore, if his team members entered the encampment, their basic attributes would plummet. After considering the Tier 1 and Tier 2 NPC guards, his team had no hope of taking back the encampment. Watching Nine Dragons Emperor silently turn and walk away, Martial Dragon gave the encampment one last glance. This was the first time he had met someone who could push Nine Dragons Emperor this far. Not even the various super guilds had ever done so, yet Shifeng had. Moreover, Shifeng had rendered Nine Dragons Emperor powerless to retaliate. Back inside the orc encampment, everyone's experience bars rose by a significant chunk as the orc generals died. However, unlike the orc chief, the 2 orc generals hadn't dropped a single item. Blackie and the others were confused, but Shifeng remained unfazed on Thunder Island. Only the guardian bosses dropped any loot. After finishing off the 2 orc generals, Shifeng made his way towards the pile of items the orc chief had dropped. He then began to appraise the items, and the watching Zero Wing members grew nervous. Suddenly, Shifeng received a call from Quiet Melody. Confused, Shifeng accepted the call. Congratulations. With this victory, Zero Wing will have an easy time traveling to and from Thunder Island. Quiet Melody congratulated Vice Temple Master Melody. Have you contacted me just to offer congratulations? Please get to the point, Shifeng said calmly. Elder Yifeng is quite straightforward. Since that is the case, I won't mince words. My guild leader wishes to speak with you in private. May I know if you are interested? Quiet Melody said. Chapter 15:11. Thunder God's Charm. Speak with me privately? Shifeng's confusion grew. He had never expected Eternal Dead to seek a private conversation. The Sacred Temple was a bona fide super guild. It was in a completely different league than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not even the super first-rate guild, Miracle, could stand up against the Sacred Temple. This was why Phoenix Rain had wanted to work with the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves. Had she gained the two super guilds' cooperation, she could have easily suppressed Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracle. That's right. My guild leader is very interested in Zero Wing. Quiet Melody nodded. In truth, Quiet Melody was also confused as to why Eternal Dead wanted to speak with Shifeng. Not even Phoenix Rain had elicited such a reaction from her guild leader, as he usually sent a vice temple master for such discussions. Only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master qualified to speak with Eternal Dead personally. All right. When will he contact me? Shifeng agreed. He had assumed that the Sacred Temple would wait until after the contest to contact him, but the fact that Eternal Dead had reached out now was a good thing. After all, it wasn't easy to wrestle control of Thunder Island despite so many superpowers struggling to claim the island for themselves. They had been forced to share its management in the past. The island had a total of 17 monster encampments. A guild could only dominate Thunder Island after they captured all 17. Currently, the various superpowers would be fortunate to claim 2 or 3 encampments. Attempting to monopolize the island right now was unrealistic. As soon as Shifeng asked his question, he received a friend request. It was from none other than Eternal Dead. How fast? Shifeng immediately clicked agree. In God's domain, players couldn't call each other directly until after they added each other as friends. At most, players could send messages. However, the majority of the game's players generally blocked incoming messages from outsides, only accepting missives from friends. Guild leader Eternal. To what do I owe this unexpected call? Shifeng asked, smiling at the somewhat stern, middle-aged man in the screen. During Shifeng's previous life, Eternal Dead had achieved many feats throughout his 10 years in God's domain. One of his crowning achievements had been his decision to focus on developing the Sacred Temple's navy early in the game. It had given the Sacred Temple a massive advantage over the other superpowers, becoming one of God's domain's top-ranked navies. Take the present Thunder Island contest, for example. During this contest, the Sacred Temple had dispatched 710 players, forming the largest team in the contest from the very onset. The Sacred Temple had split its forces to fight on 2 fronts. No one dared to provoke the guild. While the other superpowers were just beginning to raid their second monster encampment, the Sacred Temple was almost ready to move on to their third. Elder Yifeng, I've watched Zero Wing's battle, and I'm impressed by the guild. Including the fact that Zero Wing possesses a sailboat, the Battle Wolves Guild leader and I have agreed that you qualify to negotiate a partnership with us. We've also decided to give Zero Wing 20% of Thunder Island's profits should you agree. As Eternal Dead spoke, his face had remained expressionless. He didn't reveal a hint of joy or sadness. Even the man's voice was neutral as he praised Zero Wing. Yet his words ingrained themselves into any listener's mind. Even Shifeng could not help but admire Eternal Dead's regal aura as the man spoke. It was no wonder why the Sacred Temple's management was so unified, with none of the guild's upper echelons dissatisfied with Eternal Dead's leadership. May I assume that guild leader Eternal Dead has agreed to Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain occupying 40% of Thunder Island's profits? Shifeng said, still smiling. Thunder Island will play an important role in naval development in the future. I'm sure you are aware of this. Although Phoenix Rain has potential, she hasn't shown enough to stand as a partner. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing has 20% of the profits, I doubt it will be long before your guilds becomes an overlord in God's domain seas. Eternal Dead responded softly as he shook his head. So, Guild leader Eternal, are you suggesting that only our 3 guilds will cooperate? Shifeng asked, frowning. If Zero Wing wishes to split its 20% with Phoenix Rain, the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves will not refuse her participation in the alliance. Eternal Dead said, chuckling. I see. Realization dawned on Shifeng. After all that talk, the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves still had no intention of parting with additional profit. Shifeng chuckled and said, since that is the case, please allow us to consider your offer properly and reply at a later date. Is that acceptable? All right. In any case, there is still a month before the next contest. It would be wise to take your time in considering our offer. Confusion bubbled in Eternal Dead's mind as he watched Shifeng, who appeared quite calm. He had never expected this man to refuse such a profitable offer after Eternal Dead disconnected the call. A playful smile appearing on his face. Guild leader, did he agree? Quiet Melody could not help but ask. No. He rejected it. It seems Phoenix Rain has a good eye for allies, Eternal Dead said, smiling. However, he is foolish to pass up an opportunity to cooperate with our guilds for the sake of a partner. The struggle for Thunder Island was more complex than he had anticipated. With the various superpowers in one's place, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was insignificant, much less the Phoenix Pavilion. If it had been that simple, he wouldn't have allied with Battle Wolves. Now that Zero Wing had rejected his offer, it might not even secure 5% of the island's total profits. Quiet Melody was stunned. She was surprised to learn that Shifeng was so daring and straightforward. If it were up to her, she might have agreed without hesitation. Yet Shifeng had calmly rejected it. Although she was happy for and envied Phoenix Rain as the woman's good friend, neither Phoenix Rain nor Zero Wing would obtain any profits on their own. Following which, Quiet Melody related this news to Phoenix Rain. Big Sis Rain, Eternal Dead is really despicable. He actually tried to poach our ally midway through the contest. Fortunately, Big Brother Yifeng refused the offer. Blue Phoenix couldn't help but curse Eternal Dead when she heard about the deal. Although Eternal Dead's offer was underhanded, he wasn't wrong about us lacking naval strength. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. At the same time, she also felt lucky and touched. If not for Zero Wing, she would have been eliminated from this contest. Meanwhile, in the Orc encampment, Shifeng didn't react to the previous conversation with Eternal Dead, continuing to appraise the Orc chief's loot. It's no wonder why the various superpowers had been so eager to obtain the Guardian boss's loot in the past. They dropped quite an abundance of good items. Shifeng excitedly gazed at the items in his bag. The Orc chief had dropped 32 items, 20 of which were various rare materials. 7 of the remaining 12 were level 55 and 60 weapons and pieces of equipment, and the weakest of which was fine gold rank. The Orc chief had also dropped the Tier 2 skill book, Holy Prayer, a skill for healers. Holy Prayer was one of the rare Tier 2 AoE healing spells. It could easily go for several thousand gold on the market. The loot also included a bronze speedboat and 2 dark gold rank tools. The Magic Rain Gun and Thunder Beast skin. The Magic Rain Gun could replace a speedboat's weapon and would display the power of a peak Tier 2 attack. The gun's attack speed was very high, and its attacks would inflict the poison debuff, causing targets to lose HP over time and reducing movement speed. As for the Thunder Beast skin, it was similar to the Magic Whale skin. When used on a ship, the Thunder Beast skin increased the ship's magic resistance by 10%, movement speed by 4%, and durability by 10 points. These items were all worth a fortune. However, even added together, they weren't worth as much as the simple necklace. The Guardian boss had dropped the Thunder God's charm. Chapter 15:12. Strategic Tool. Guild Leader, what did the boss drop? When Aqua Rose and the others saw Shifeng's joy, they knew that something amazing had dropped. The loot consists mainly of materials and equipment, but we also got lucky enough to obtain a bronze speedboat and a skill book for the Tier 2 healing spell, Holy Prayer, Shifeng said, smiling. On top of that, the boss dropped something that will help us take another monster encampment. Everyone gasped when they heard Shifeng's reply. They could not believe that the loot would be so frightening. Even the various superpowers had only obtained a limited number of bronze speedboats thus far. If this matter went public, the other guilds would die with envy. As for the Tier 2 Holy Prayer, it could rival a dozen or so healing spells when used in a team. It could easily sell for several thousand gold on the market, but none of these items were worth the attention compared to an item that could help them secure another encampment. Although they were confident of claiming another encampment with their 50-man team, that was assuming they had enough time. With less than half of the contest's duration remaining, it would be very difficult for them to finish another raid in time. This was because their opponents wouldn't be limited to monsters, but players as well. The various superpowers had already begun to raid their second encampments. Meanwhile, Thunder Island only had 17 monster encampments available. This limited how many they could raid. Moreover, as time passed, the superpowers that successfully secured a second monster encampment would try for a third. If their team could not clear out an encampment fast enough, the other teams on the island would target them. They'd face far more powerful opponents than Nine Dragons Emperor yet. Despite knowing this, Shifeng had determined that they could secure another encampment with the help of a particular item. One could just imagine how valuable this item was. Alright, we've had enough rest. Aqua, contact Phoenix Rain, and tell her to send 50 players to defend the orc encampment. We'll prepare to secure another encampment in the meantime, Shifeng hurriedly instructed. He had no intentions of explaining the Thunder God's charm in detail. The Thunder God's charm was an extraordinary item. Shifeng didn't expect them to be lucky enough to obtain it from their first guardian boss kill. Even after raiding the encampments numerous times, only a few superpowers had secured a Thunder God's charm in the past. Meanwhile, the superpowers that had Thunder God's charms had banded together and monopolized Thunder Island. After which, only superpowers with Thunder God's charms qualified to join the island's co-managers. Unlike the Thunder Emblem, the Thunder God's charm would not suppress enemies' basic attributes. In fact, it was a dark gold necklace without any basic attribute bonuses. The necklace only had one skill: Thunder God's Blessing. When activated, Thunder God's Blessing would give all allies within a 30-yard radius the Thunder God's power buff, allowing everyone's attacks to deal 100% lightning damage to the island's monsters. At the same time, monsters would receive a stackable electrified debuff when struck. Each debuff stack would reduce monsters' reaction speed, attack speed, and defense by 3% for 6 seconds, stacking a maximum of 10 times. The Thunder God's Blessing had a 2-hour duration and 4-hour cooldown. With the Thunder God's charm, a team's overall combat power would rise to a whole new level when raiding monster encampments. This was also why the superpowers with Thunder God's charms had an absolute advantage over those who did not. Now, Shifeng had both the Thunder Emblem and the Thunder God's charm. Even if he had a small team and had wasted a lot of time earlier, he could secure another encampment with these two items. You still want to raid another monster encampment? Phoenix Rain was stunned when Aqua Rose contacted her. For a moment, she did not even know how to react. There are only 2 monster encampments left, but they're pretty far away from your location. Those monsters are also the most difficult of any of the island's encampments. Are you really intending to raid one of them? In her opinion, Shifeng's successful procurement of one encampment was already a miracle. She was satisfied with the result. As for securing another encampment, she didn't even dare to consider the option. Phoenix Pavilion Master, please tell your players to hurry. If we wait any longer, other guilds might try to raid those 2 encampments, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She then disconnected the call. Big Sis Rain, isn't this a little too risky? Ignoring the fact that they'll disrupt the other guilds, those 2 encampments' guardian bosses are level 60 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. They're impossible to raid. In addition, each of the guardian bosses has the protection of 2 specialized Grand Lords. With a 50-man team, Blue Phoenix said worriedly, the difficulty of dealing with those 2 encampments' guardian bosses was precisely the reason that the other superpowers, even those who had spawned close to the encampments, had decided to save them for last. It was one thing if Shifeng's team wasted a lot of their time trying to raid the encampments, but there would be consequences if they gave the other superpowers an advantage. I don't know. But there isn't much we can do since Zero Wing had made its decision. Let's just send some people over for now. The more time we waste, the more difficult their raid will be, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She simply could not understand why Shifeng tried so desperately. Immediately, Phoenix Rain led 50 of the Phoenix Pavilion's core combatants to the orc encampment. After the 10 minutes or so it took Phoenix Rain's group to arrive, Shifeng opened a spatial gate and transported his team to the rock giant encampment. Among the various monster races on Thunder Island, the rock giants had the highest defense. The various guild scouts outside of Thunder Island quickly detected the movement and related the news to their superiors. Zero Wings members are wildly arrogant. Just because they defeated Nine Dragons Emperor, they think they can raid an encampment that the superpowers have hesitated to challenge? They want to take on the rock giant encampment with only 50 players? Do they really expect the raid to be so easy? Once we secure our second encampment, we'll teach Zero Wing a lesson. The various superpowers merely laughed at Zero Wing's attempt to raid the rock giant encampment. A level 60 Grand Lord ranked archaic species was no laughing matter. Even with the 5 ancient tower buffs, it was impossible to raid the Guardian boss without a 200-man team. Furthermore, 2 specialized Grand Lords protected the Guardian boss. In other words, raiding the rock giant encampment would require at least 300 players. Rock giants possessed immense strength, HP, and defense. If one wished to raid the encampment safely and swiftly, they'd require a minimum of 400 players. This was also why the various superpowers had left this encampment for last. The various superpowers welcomed the news of Zero Wing attempting to clear out the monsters around the Guardian boss. It would save them a lot of time. Meanwhile, when Eternal Dead received the news, he could not help his sneer. As far as he was concerned, Sherfong was simply trying to prove Zero Wing's strength to their super guilds in hopes that they'd change their minds. This was undoubtedly a childish move. It was a joke to think that Zero Wing could raid an encampment that even the various superpowers found challenging with only 50 players. Meanwhile, inside the rock giant encampment, Sherfong activated the Thunder Domain upon arriving. He then equipped the Thunder God's Charm and activated Thunder God's Blessing. Suddenly, a dark blue magic array formed beneath everyone's feet. The Thunder God's power then infused every player in range. Arcs of blue electricity flicking around their bodies. Cola, Turtledove, Yuwumian, you 3 will lure everything except the 3 bosses. We'll finish them all in one go, Sherfong ordered after glancing at the time. Chapter 15:13, Godspeed Clearing. Chapter 15:13, Godspeed Clearing. Everything. When the team heard Sherfang's strategy, they stared at the monster encampment before them. As they watched the rock giants in the encampment, they hoped they had misheard their commander. Although the rock giant encampment wasn't protected by watchtowers like the orc encampment, the rock giants were difficult enough to deal with. They became even more powerful when they gathered. The weakest rock giant was a level 55 chieftain, while the majority of them were level 56 and level 57 lords. There were also quite a few level 58 high lords and level 59 great lords. All of these rock giants had high HP and defense. In addition, their attacks had a chance of triggering armor break, allowing their attacks to ignore their target's defense. Though depending on their ranks, the chances to trigger armor break varied. Even without armor break, the rock giants could deal a significant amount of damage to players. If they happened to trigger the effect, a Lord-ranked rock giant could likely kill an MT of the same level in 2 or 3 hits. Not to mention the High Lords and Great Lords. If they just charged into the rock giant encampment, it wouldn't take long for the monsters to pummel them to death. That's right. We'll get rid of the surrounding rock giants altogether. Although the rock giants have high HP, defense and armor break, their movement and attack speeds are quite low. As long as we don't let them too close, they won't pose much of a threat. The main problem is how much aggro you 3 can hold, Sherfong said as he looked at Cola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian. As for the rest of you, wait for my command to attack. He had chosen the rock giant encampment because of the monsters' slow reactions. These monsters would struggle to hit moving targets, and with the Thunder Emblem and Thunder God's Charm, the rock giant's HP and defense wouldn't be an issue. Furthermore, without the aid of archers or ballistas due to the lack of watchtowers, the rock giants, which were melee attackers, would have to face players' DPS and stamina. However, Cola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian were now Tier 2 players. Both their stamina and their reaction speed had undergone qualitative transformations. They could last much longer in battle than Tier 1 players. The Mount Trio quickly realized what Sherfong wanted them to do. Rather than clashing with the rock giants head-on, they just needed to hold the monsters aggro. For them, that was considerably easy, following which, the 3 MTs separated and ran around the encampment, luring the monsters as elemental creatures. The rock giants' perception range exceeded ordinary monsters. The instant Cola and the other 2 set foot in the encampment, a patrol squad of rock giants noticed them and charged into the MT trio. However, Cola and the others didn't change their course. Instead, they charged deeper into the encampment to lure the other patrol squads. The MT trio moved very quickly. Despite the numerous blockades, the three of them maneuvered through the crowds easily. A few times, they took a wrong path and came within attack range of a few rock giants, but they reacted quickly enough and defended themselves with their shields. Even when a Great Lord landed a hit, they only received around -5,000 damage. To these three players, that was nothing. Very quickly, the three MTs lured the encampment's 700 or so rock giants to the perimeter in a single, massive mob. The scene of hundreds of rock giants in a single group was even more terrifying than an army of 10,000 players. When they moved, the earth shook beneath their feet. All right. Everyone with a large-scale destruction spell, get ready. Shi Feng moved his team into position when he saw the rock giant army approach. However, when his teammates saw the monsters, a sliver of fear pierced their hearts. Even the chieftains had 4,500,000 HP, whereas the strongest great lords had 50 million HP. This was definitely not an army that they could defeat with a few large-scale destruction spells. When the rock giants came within 30 yards of Shi Feng, who stood at the forefront of the team, their HP suddenly plummeted thanks to the Thunder Domain. These monsters' basic attributes had fallen by 30%. Now the Great Lords had only 35 million HP, the High Lords had 21 million, the Lords had 13 million, and the Chieftains had 3,150,000. Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian hold their aggro. Attackers on my mark. Shi Feng commanded. Understood. Immediately, the MT trio turned and faced the approaching rock giant army. They then used the Guardian Knight's Tier 2 skill, Punishing Light, and the Shield Warrior's Tier 2 skill, War Rage. Both skills were AoE taunts and would temporarily force monsters to ignore everything but the skill's user. At the same time, the skills increased the user's defense. The MT trio used the taunts in 3 different locations. Although they could not pull every rock giant's aggro, they held the majority of the monsters. Seeing the MTs stabilize their hold, Shi Feng followed up with Flame Domain. Towering pillars of fire rose from the ground, devouring every monster in the rock giant army. Arcs of electricity also danced around the flaming pillars. Not only did the first attack deal over -400,000 damage to each of the rock giants, but it had also inflicted the monsters with 4 stacks of the electrified debuff, decreasing their defense and reaction speed. By the time Flame Domain's 7-second duration ended, quite a few chieftain-ranked rock giants were dead. Shi Feng then followed up with Lightning Edge, dealing over -300,000 damage to the remaining rock giants every second for 5 seconds. None of the chieftain-ranked rock giants had survived the 2 AoEs, reducing the monster army's numbers by half. As a result, Cola and the others had an easier time gathering the remaining rock giants in a single location. Good DPS attack. Shi Feng commanded. Zhao Yueru, Blackie, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud immediately released their large-scale destruction spells. Although none of their attacks did as much damage as Shi Feng's, when combined, the damage was astounding. Moreover, the rock giants now had 10 stacks of the electrified debuff, which eased the burden on Cola and his fellow MTS. After the wave of large-scale destruction spells, the battlefield was void of Lord-ranked rock giants. Now only 40 plus half HP High Lords and 6 Great Lords with 2/3 of their HPs remained. With this, the impossible task of clearing the encampment became a reachable goal. Everyone, prioritize the High Lords. All MTs, separate them, kite them, and don't let them near you. Shi Feng commanded. With 10 stacks of the electrified debuff, even Tier 1 MTs could easily evade the Great Lord's attacks. As long as they maintain the 10 stacks, they could kite the monsters without issue. Solitary 9 and Dark Madness dashed forward and pulled some of the rock giants' aggro, which was currently chaotic due to the previous bombardment. They then kite their monsters around the team, allowing the ranged players to attack. Zero Wing and Azura's members were treating the rock giants, which other teams had deemed impossible to defeat, like target practice. After suppressing the rock giants' defense, they were no more difficult than orcs of the same level. In addition, with Aqua Rose and the others' Tier 2 skills, the team took less than 30 seconds to finish off a half HP High Lord. Time passed quickly. Every 5 minutes, Shi Feng would cast Flame Domain. Every 10 minutes, Shi Feng executed Lightning Edge, and the others used large-scale destruction spells like Frostflame Hell in less than 30 minutes after the battle had begun. The rock giants in the encampment's perimeter had been annihilated, feeding the team members EXP bars. Tier 1 players like Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru had even gained a full level from the abundant EXP. Meanwhile, the various superpowers who were raiding their second encampment finally eliminated the monsters in their encampment's perimeters. Chapter 15-14. Powerful combination. After Zero Wing's team swiftly cleared out the rock giant encampment's outer area, news of its success soon reached the various superpowers. They took out the outer area's rock giants in less than half an hour. How is that possible? They kite everything in the perimeter at once? Aren't they just a 50-man team? How is their DPS so high? I've really underestimated Zero Wing's members. They might actually capture the rock giant encampment. The various superpowers were shocked. These superpowers had unanimously agreed that the rock giant encampment would be the most difficult to deal with. The rock giant's armor break ability, in particular, posed a huge threat. If MTs tried to tank the monsters, they'd likely die. Hence, when fighting these monsters, the players would need to dodge as many attacks as possible. However, the rock giants were massive, which gave them a larger attack range than ordinary monsters. This made it very difficult for MTs to dodge the rock giant's attacks. Even if a player were a refinement realm expert, constant evasive maneuvers would tax their bodies. Yet if one relied on small evasive maneuvers, they'd fail to escape the monster's attack range. Relying on large evasive maneuvers for a short period wouldn't be a problem for heavily armored MTs. But as fate would have it, the rock giants had both high HP and defense. It would take a considerable amount of time to kill them. On the off chance that the MTs ran out of stamina midway through the fight, the team would have to flee and start all over again. The amount of time a team would waste in dealing with the rock giants was only a small part of the problem. The bigger issue was the levels players would lose when they died. If players lost too many levels, they might not be able to use their current weapons and equipment, forced to use old items or retire from combat completely. Unlike in team dungeons, MTs could only afford to die a very small number of times on Thunder Island compared to the other superpowers. When Nine Dragons Emperor, who was in the middle of an encampment raid, heard the news, his expression twisted with fury. First, Zero Wing had stolen his orc encampment, wasting the time and effort his team had put into their first raid. Now, before he had even cleared out the new encampment's perimeter, Zero Wing had cleared out the rock giant encampment's perimeter. If this news reached the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild elders, their estimation of him would plummet. Pavilion Master, now that Zero Wing's team has cleared the perimeter, we can organize a team to harass them. Even if we can't eliminate Zero Wing's team, we can at least prevent them from securing a second encampment. Martial Dragon suggested there was a huge difference between a monster encampment's inner region and its perimeter. Although more monsters patrolled the perimeter, the monsters in the inner region were, on average, much stronger. Take the rock giant encampment, for example. The weakest rock giant in the inner area was a lord. Although there weren't as many of them, they were more difficult to defeat. If they sent a force to the rock giant encampment now, it'd arrive within 30 or so minutes. It was highly unlikely that Zero Wing would reach the Guardian boss before the force got there. They definitely had a chance of disrupting the troublesome guild's raid. No, we can't afford the risk. Don't forget that they still have a teleportation gate that allows them to travel across the island instantly. If we split our forces, they might come to steal our encampment again. Besides, do you really think that the rock giant encampment is that easy to raid? Don't forget that the Guardian boss is a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Although Nine Dragons Emperor hated to admit it, his current team could not afford to provoke Zero Wing. For now, tell all of our available forces to gather here. We'll use everything we have to raid this encampment. Understood. I'll notify them right away. As Martial Dragon listened to his commander's reasoning, he remembered Zero Wing's trump card. It was precisely because of that trump card that their team had suffered one defeat after another, and had yet to capture a single encampment. Nearby, Lonely Heaven, Firmament's guild leader, wore a solemn expression when he heard of Zero Wing's success. How can this be? When Lonely Heaven heard that Zero Wing had begun to raid the rock giant encampment's inner region, regret gripped his heart. He had been displeased with Phoenix Rain's actions. After all, Firmament was a bona fide first-rate guild that had focused on developing its navy, yet Phoenix Rain considered Zero Wing more important, even providing the guild with various benefits and a ton of credits by doing so. Phoenix Rain had silently expressed her opinion that Firmament couldn't compare to a guild like Zero Wing, hence, he had decided to join Nine Dragons Emperor's side instead. By doing so, not only would Firmament secure a temporary teleportation array on Thunder Island, but Nine Dragons Emperor would invest in the guild, allowing Firmament to develop far more quickly. Yet his decision had backfired. Even if Nine Dragons secured a monster encampment, Firmament wouldn't get a temporary teleportation array. On the other hand, Zero Wing, whom he had assumed was unfoundedly arrogant when the guild had promised Phoenix Rain 2 monster encampments, was close to fulfilling that promise. Without the temporary teleportation array on Thunder Island, Firmament would not have the foundation to develop in the Sea of Death. As Lonely Castle regretted his decision to betray Phoenix Rain, Shifeng's team rapidly cleared out the rock giant encampment's inner region. Shifeng was more careful in the inner area than he had been in the perimeter. He had Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian only lure 3 or 4 patrol squads, as each was led by a great lord, while Cola's group kite the rock giants. Solitary 9 and Dark Madness pulled the stragglers aggro. Like so, the team steadily reduced the number of patrol squads around the guardian bosses. The team faced fewer monsters. They had a much easier time killing the rock giants. Each wave only took around 10 minutes or so to finish off. After fighting for around an hour, they had dealt with all 200+ rock giants in the encampment's core. The only monsters remaining were the level 60 Rock King and 2 level 60 rock guards in the center of the encampment. Rock King, elemental creature, archaic species, Grand Lord. Level 60. HP 200, 000, 000/200, 000, 000. Rock Guard, elemental creature, specialized, Grand Lord. Level 60. HP 150, 000, 000/150, 000, 000. Zero Wing and Azura's members shuddered when they saw the 3 bosses' HPs. Each rock guard had 3 HP bars. Meanwhile, the Rock King had 5 players. HP bars were an indicator of how much HP they had at any time. HP bars had a different meaning for monsters. Each HP bar a monster possessed signified their combat standards. A monster with more than one had higher combat standards than a monster of the same rank and level with a single bar. A monster with 3 HP bars could exhibit combat standards on par with players who could reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while a monster with 5 HP bars could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Although this evaluation method was not necessarily accurate, it was not that far off. The actual numbers reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor meant that one had the standards of an expert no matter how they looked at it. Fighting an expert with 200 million HP was suicidal. Besides which, their team only had 50 players. Guild leader, how should we fight it? Aqua Rose asked as she watched the Rock King. She had no idea how they should raid this guardian boss. Cola, Yi Wumian, and Solitary switch shields with each other. Cola will use Solitary's, Yi Wumian will use Cola's, and Solitary will use Yi Wumian's. Cola will tank the Rock King, and I'll support you from the sides. Turtledove and Yi Wumian will tank the 2 specialized bosses with Solitary and Dark support. When the fight begins, lure the 2 specialized bosses away. Everyone else, focus your attacks on the Rock King. If no one has an issue with that plan, let's begin. Although Shifeng had never raided any of the monster encampments on Thunder Island during his previous life, he had watched plenty of raid videos. Hence he more or less knew how to raid the Rock King. However, at the end of the day, the Rock King was an archaic species. For safety's sake, it would be best if Cola used the Titan Guard switch shields? Cola was confused. He currently had the epic rank Dragon Scale shield equipped. Yet Shifeng wanted him to use Solitary 9's shield. That you're tuning in to the Lime's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.